I'm pallbearing, not at all scary. When I open like Betty Wops, then find to these circles that's going in like a carry shot. Woo! I'm going in like a Mary Pop off that Mary Crop at the top flow at the Marriott. So questioning me is like questioning you. See, we the best dressed, so come and get blessed with the crew. Not one but two, different ways to slaughter your crew. Committed tat across the chest, I guess she blessed with the truth. People want to see them checks, representation of proof. Living through my elders, trying to resonate to the youth. But ain't nothing to get my flash on. Longevity is heavily embedded in my melanin. Layman terms, I last long. My grind repetitive, I'm smoother than real silk. Lyrical cash cow who can't cry over spilled milk. We in here. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. To the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. This ain't no normal situation, this preparation with greatness. Industry full of fakeness, it's really up for the taking. See, life is what happened to you, more so how you take it. Don't get stripped of your knowledge and mentally leave you naked. I like to live otherwise. I'm sorry that I'm fresh to death. I put the polo and apologize. See, black son, we ain't nothing like the mother guys. Quit to socialize, we organize, then we mobilize. Off the deep end like a scuba diver. And no confusion, just keep it pushing like Uber drivers. Woo! Business fresh just like a supervisor in a Gucci visor. Can't find a smoother rhymer. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. We Rick flaring on us. You talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, willing dealing, limo jet flying. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us. We Rick flaring on us, flaring on us.
Yeah, DQ baby. Shout out that boy Nigga for that fire track. Hey, Black Sun, sun up. What's up, Vinny Vegas? What in Vegas? Yeah. Shout out Pharaoh's Kids, D-Phase, yeah, Bubba C, yeah, Rick flaring on him, Rick flaring on him, Rick flaring on him, Rick flaring, son up, baby.
Hey yo, Scotty, we back.
Yo,
Appreciate you for reaching out.
I'm like, hey, it's outspoken. A lot changed. Granted, the concept we still hosting. Giving you the fix you need when on the screen. The veteran, Captain Petty, giving you medicine. Come tap in. You know Scott gon' do what he do. Might not want to hear it, but here go the hard truth. Perry about the numbers, regret if you're not fact-based. When you run your lane, the numbers seem like a statue.
Wait. Hey, Scotty, man, I'm not feeling it. I don't think the people feeling it. Let me get in my bag a little bit, just showing what this outspoken really about to be like.
Outspoken, this is more than conjecture. These days they land people are so glad that we got our own. Hunger insatiable, made for you if you say you objective. Hard truth offering, no offense, just perspective. Come get your dosage and go with me. We spit it like poetry. The pivot was pivotal, could rhyme here, but I'd rather not. Some say Scotty, some call him Scott, the best one since Stewart. If you know, then you know, but if you don't, then you're lost. Let me be frank for a minute, cause we all know that's how Perry be. Break it down the game for what it was, no apologies. This my hypothesis, you tune in, you like watching it. It's common sense, obvious, competent, rugged, and confident. Hey, we outspoken. We outspoken. We outspoken. This is outspoken, and we gon' put on a show, even if we hear you say I can't see.
It's outspoken.
Hey, backpack. I think we got another one. They think we can do it.
We back, baby! Football is in the what? Go. Hey, we back, baby! Football is in full effect. You already know what it is. You are watching Outspoken. It's your boy Scotty. Now, before I gotta do a little housekeeping. Make sure you sign up and get your what? Elite 15 coffee. Veteran-owned, black-owned business. Listen, nobody does it better than Elite 15. You spend $15 at Starbucks for that white coffee. You might as well go get you a black man's coffee. All right, go get you some black people coffee. Okay, Colombian, Dominican, Puerto Rican, whatever you want, we got it. Support. But there's only one way. There's only one official way that we can start the season, and it got to be with a 2024 Crime Report. Let's go! What is going on, everybody? Make sure you are locked in to the Crime Report of 2024, given by Special Agent who?
Perry White.
Oh, man.
Scotty, this is what the people been asking for. They've been asking for an investigation. The investigation has not occurred. And so this came across my desk. And because this came across my desk, I feel it's only right that I have to speak on this, Scotty. Because there have been some things in the HBC community, some rumblings, and some talks about how things have been going down in Tallahassee, Florida. And because of that, Scotty, we have our first crime report of 2024.
So you know how it is. In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equal important groups. The police investigate the crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
Scotty, oftentimes when we talk about crime reports, Special Agent and Director Stephen Campbell has been one to do his due diligence on many people and many institutions around the HBCU community. But for some reason, this came across my desk because as we continue to hear about the investigation and we continue to hear the rumblings over in Tallahassee, Florida, for some reason, we never did get a full report on the happenings that was going on, Scotty. And because of that, this came across my desk. And because it came across my desk, I had to take it serious.
I know you did.
And because I had to take it serious, then, Scotty, I had to do some due diligence. I had to do an investigation to figure out what is going on in Florida A&M and why have we not heard from Special Agent and the Director, Stephen Campbell, in which this is his department. We have seen in the past that he has no problem with reporting when anything is done wrong by any institution or any individual. Would you agree?
I agree.
And the entire spring, as we continue to watch this thing unfold, I have watched and I have been recommended by many of the HBCU community to step in and do a preliminary report for the people. And as I investigated and got deep down into this preliminary report, Scotty, I found some disturbing evidence. Talked to some people. And I was very disturbed at what is going on in Tallahassee. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, by the board here, we had to figure out where did it begin, where did it start, and what happened. I'm just looking at the people. I want them to understand what is going on here. All right? All right, let's take a look at the board, ladies and gentlemen. The family mafia has been notorious for the practices down in Tallahassee, Florida. And it all starts at the top. Larry Robertson, who was the former president of Florida A&M. And why am I saying former, Scotty? Wasn't he just the president months ago?
Yes, he was.
Now I have to use the word former to go in front of President Larry Robertson. And this came across my desk because as we began to do the investigation, we began to find out that there were findings in the investigation that ultimately pinned him as the head of the family mafia, and that there were, as we like to call in the mafia world, captains below him that ultimately fell in place, to where we found out that there was bad practices being taken at FAMU. And it all starts with the guy on the left, Gregory Jerami. Have you guys heard that name, Scotty? Have you heard of this guy, Gregory Jerami?
Not until you brought the case in front of me.
Gregory Jerami, ladies and gentlemen, has supposedly been a hemp farmer from Texas and has sat down with Florida A&M administrators and decided, out of the good graces of his heart, that he wanted to donate money to the Institution of Higher Learning in Tallahassee. And no, I'm not talking about Florida State. I'm talking about Florida Agriculture Mechanical University, ultimately affectionately known as Florida A&M. And as we began to dig deep and we began to look at this, we wanted to know what happened, Scotty. And because we wanted to know what happened, we came across a key witness. And our key witness in this case goes by the name of, and let me make sure I have this right, Little Woody, Scotty, has been a part of this. As many know, he's already been connected to another RICO charge up in Atlanta, Georgia. But just so happened his name also came across my desk as being a part of a possible RICO charge down in Tallahassee, Florida. So because of this, we had to get Little Woody on the stand to testify. And we have Little Woody with us today. And Little Woody, for the people, let me make sure I have everything correct here. And I have one question for you, because it is alleged, Little Woody, and I want to know, is it true, as I read this, that you helped facilitate the meeting between former President Larry Robertson and Batterson Farms corporate CEO Gregory Jerami?
But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation, because the police told me they want a big fish and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying.
Thank you, Little Woody, for that testimony. Scotty, you know, as a part of my investigation and hearing Little Woody's response to this, I'm going to ask that he be dismissed from this case altogether as a witness, as well as a possible suspect, a part of this family mafia. And as I break this down in this preliminary report, let's start, right? Gregory Jerami, the guy that we see on the left, wanted to donate $15 million of shares in stock, right? Supposedly hemp farmer from Texas. Valued at $237 million, Scotty. The largest ever gift to an HBCU. So you have to understand, when you hear the words and the numbers, $237 million, does that turn your head?
That turned my whole body around.
Let me see you hit a spin. Can you hit a spin in that chair? Let me see how that turned you around.
That's all I got. That's all I got for you, man.
It turned us all around as we heard $237 million potentially donated to an institution. And as we began to dig deep, we found out some things. Gregory Jerami, as you see right there on the left, came into FAMU, and he became the commencement speaker last year, Scotty. The commencement speaker. And so as I began to do the investigation, and first I have to say, you know, with all due respect, Special Agent Campbell has done a tremendous job in the past. But we had a part of this investigation as we delved deep into this, realized what was going on. So we had to remove, do you have a picture of Special Agent Campbell?
No, I do not.
Special Agent Campbell had to be removed from this case because he was hiding, Scotty, important information as it related to this case. And we found out that there was a conflict of interest due to his close relationship to the FAMU Lee Mafia. As we went through the investigation, we continued to wonder why we had not received a report on the desk of the director when it came to the investigation of this. But of course, you know, it came on my desk and I had to do my part. So let's start at the top. Larry Robinson, the president of Florida A&M University over in Tallahassee. And as Little Woody has eloquently said to us, he was not a part of the initial contact and meeting between one Gregory Jerami and Larry Robinson. But as we continue to dig deep, Scotty, we found that this $237 million potential donation to Florida Agricultural Mechanical University was a baseless value. Why would I say that? Because this has occurred before with one Gregory Jerami at Coastal Carolina University in the year 2020. Well, Gregory Jerami came to the institution with no former or prior relationship to the institution and wanted to donate $95 million in 2020, in which he said 38 million of that donation would be ready immediately, Scotty, immediately. Coastal Carolina did their due diligence and ultimately pulled back. Then we find ourselves in 2023, coming into 2024, and this one Mr. Gregory Jerami, president of Batterson Farms Corporation as the CEO, then came to Florida A&M in Tallahassee and said that he would like to donate $237 million. And once again, it turned your head, it turned your seat, and it turned all of us to say, man, who is this man giving the largest donation that we have ever heard of any HBCU? As things started to come out, the reports started to say, well, who is he? As people began to dive deeper, we started to find out who he really was. And as part of my report, I found out about the Coastal Carolina incident. In this process, three people who you see right under Larry Robinson that we have labeled as the captains of the FAMU Lee Mafia. One Mr. Keith Miles, one Mrs. Denise Wallace, and one Mrs. Tiffany Dunn Sykes, athletic director of Florida A&M.
Former.
That word former. And I'm going to get to you guys why the word is former. Larry Robinson has since been asked to step down, and he has done so. The board in this debacle has made national news. It has caused uproar amongst the FAMU Lee alumni and friends and students. So as we begin to dig deep into this investigation, Scotty, well, we begin to find out that this initial $237 million donation, which was at the time the largest that we had heard of to any HBCU in the country, became a baseless value that Larry Robinson, and let's start with Mr. Keith Miles. One Mr. Keith Miles, who serves as the communications director for Florida A&M, thought this was very important to put out into the national spotlight for many across the nation and across the world to say FAMU is getting the largest donation in Florida A&M history and HBCU history.
He's former as well. Former.
Former. I like that word. You used me very heavy tonight. You landed on me thick, Scotty. Former communication director, Mr. Keith Miles. And as we look into this, what was the rush, Scotty? What was the rush in terms when you look at public relations and putting this out into the national spotlight? But then because Mr. Keith Miles put this into the former communications director, Mr. Keith Miles put this into the spotlight, it also drew attention to Vice President of Legal Affairs and Legal Counsel for the institution, one Miss Denise Wallace, who ultimately was supposed to go over and do her due diligence as legal counsel to do her background check on one Mr. CEO of Batterson Farms Corporation, Gregory Jerome. This is no laughing matter, Scotty. This is a very deep situation. It has been an embarrassment. And due to our investigation, Scotty, we found that there was no due diligence done by legal counsel by one former Vice President of Legal Affairs, Ms. Denise Wallace. And as they say, you ever heard the terms shot fired, people catch strays?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that, counselor.
As a part of this, also associated with this was former athletic director, one Mr. Tiffany Dunn Sykes. And as we continue to dig deep into this, we found that it was fraudulent in our findings in our investigation that one Mr. Gregory Jerome, who wanted to donate $15 million in shares in stock and $237 million total, was not true. It was a baseless value, Scotty. And the issue that continued to raise red flags about this was because we found that the institution was so excited that they saw all of these zeros that they didn't do their due diligence. And because of that, now former President Larry Robertson has since had to step down. And we have had interim President Timothy Beard step in and ask for the resignation of 19 senior staff at Florida A&M. Of those 19 senior staff that he has asked to step down, 4 have turned in their letters of resignation. 3 in which you see on the screen. Former Communications Director Keith Miles, former Vice President of Legal Affairs Denise Wallace, as well as former Athletic Director Tiffany Dunn Sykes. We've also had former Director of Government Relations Daniel McBell. This debacle, Scotty, through our preliminary report has brought great and much shame to the Florida A&M family. And because of that, I thought it was just best for us to start today's show by giving them a preliminary report that all of this was fraudulent and that the university should have done its due diligence. And because it did not do its due diligence, has brought tremendous embarrassment to the institution, to its alumni, friends, as well as students. And because of this and its close association to one Mr. Stephen Campbell, who works for our department, which we had to pull away from this case because we realized because of his close association, he was tampering with evidence, Scotty. Tampering with evidence. Tampering.
That's a serious, hey, that's a serious accusation there, sir. I know Captain Campbell. That's a serious accusation now.
Scotty, it is a serious accusation, and a part of our investigation, we were wondering why we wasn't getting all of the information. The people demanded a special crime report for this particular FAMU family RICO charge, and he never did provide it. And so as we continue to look forward to this, my great sympathy to the Florida A&M family and everybody that is involved in this travesty, the many people that have been, and most of all to the students, because Scotty, you know why? This debacle has then turned a lot of heads, made national news. Roland Martin and many others, including yourself here on this show. Now you have letters of resignation coming in, and you're asking, the interim director is asking, interim president is asking Mr. Timothy Beard of 19 people to step down as school begins to start. There seems to be trouble on the, what is it, the hills of the 7 hills, the highs of 7 hills?
Yeah, the highs of the 7 hills.
And what this has brought out, that everything that glitters is not gold. If it's too good to be true, Scotty, guess what? Give me what you ever heard. When it's too good to be true, what?
It's not true.
It's not true.
It's not true.
And so as I get ready to close, this was a preliminary report just from my findings, that anybody who has been affected or had to deal with this directly, please be sure to give us a call. We are here to listen. If you have any further information that can go into this investigation, that can help this report all together, ask that you give us a call at 1-800-888-SNITCH. We would love to hear from you. We would love to have you. Okay? I'm Corporal Perry White, and that is my preliminary report. I hope you guys have gotten much information, and I hope this helps everybody as we then close out our first crime report of the 2024.
Now, Perry, I see this thing called is this your department, called the SVUFCP? What does that even stand for?
That is the Special Victims Unit for Colored People. My job is to go around America and make sure colored people are being treated right and that we do the right thing, Scotty. And this is how this came across my desk. Of course, we know colored people. Our HBCUs were particularly founded for the advancement of colored people. And because it has set our HBCUs and colored people back, it is not a good, listen, this will not go down well in history. So this came across my desk. Give us a call, and I hope we can help and help us help you. Thank you.
Wow. Listen, if you see something,
say
something, okay? 1-800-888-SNITCH. I say it again. It's 1-800-888-SNITCH. If you're feeling that your crime is being neglected, okay? Call Corporal Perry White and this SVUFC. That God, dog, how many initials got members got? SVUFCP.
Special Victims Unit for Colored People. That's what we're here to do, help our people. And the only way we can help our people by information from the community. We need your help. Thank you, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
That concludes my 2024 crime report to start the season. It was long overdue.
It was, and we here at the Off-Script family, we appreciate you stepping in for the role of Captain Campbell. And listen, and we will be praying for Captain Campbell here on the Off-Script channel because listen, tampering with evidence is a federal offense.
He's currently on administrative leave. He's currently on administrative leave, considering how close he is to this family mafia that we're trying to get to the bottom of and ultimately figure out and have answers for the people.
That's, man. Oh, listen. If Captain Campbell, if Captain Campbell is out there while he's on administrative leave and wants to clear his name, you know, hey, listen, we're here for you. Okay,
he's been quiet as it pertains to this case. I've seen him on other shows. I've seen him make public appearances, and I have heard nothing towards this investigation. But the people wanted to know, and I felt it was only right that I answered the people and give them the opportunity to hear what we found in our preliminary report. And ultimately, these are the findings that we found in the terms of our investigation. And things are not looking good right now, Florida A&M. And once again, put the number, please, back on the screen, Scotty.
I got you.
If anybody out there has been affected or has any information as it pertains to this case, to the family mafia in Tallahassee, Florida, if you know something, say something. 1-800-888-SNITCH. We would love to have some information from you. Thank you.
It looks like Captain Campbell is called in. Captain Campbell, you're live.
He's still quiet on the situation. Is he saying it? I don't hear him.
Hold on, Mr. Campbell. They can't hear you. So let me I'm a redo it, but call back in.
Is he pleading the fifth?
All right. No, he was not pleading the fifth, but we will get his answer soon enough. Let me
see, Scotty. This has happened throughout the investigation as we have sat down with Captain Campbell and had conversations. We have heard nothing the same way the people have just heard nothing.
There are 2 participants in the conference.
Can you hear that, Barry?
It sounds like a echo.
Yeah, it is.
You see what I'm saying, Scotty? It's always something as it pertains to this case when it comes to Captain Campbell.
Can you? All right. Let me see. All right, Mr. Campbell, call back in. Yeah. All right. Cool.
That's the same thing that's been happening at the office, Scotty. Every time we've asked Captain Campbell to speak on this, he is called off of work. Something has always come up. He has never been available for questioning.
Never.
There's always something, even in this situation. The dog ate my homework. I'm in traffic. The phone's not working. We have continued over and over to get the same results, which is why this came across my desk to step in.
I think this is him. Let me see. Captain Campbell, is this you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Perry, can you hear him?
Here.
All right.
Good evening, Captain Campbell.
Special Agent White. Well done.
Corporal, sir. Corporal.
Well done. See,
Corporal.
Love what you've done.
Let's get
but I
some
want to say
respect.
one thing. Listen, I gave you, I'm very proud of what you've done. The investigation was thorough. We had to get outside counsel. You came in from Louisiana and did a great job down to Florida. But I do want to clear up a few things. On this show, I have been stuck with a child, and I had to get Parks and Crump to prove that Billie Jean was not my lover, and the kid was my son. So once again, I'm going to have to get Parks and Crump, because to put any taint on my good name that is internationally known and locally loved in all these HBCU streets, that kind of hurts my feelings. But I want to be very, very clear for all the people out there. I didn't know these folks, don't know these folks, and damn sure didn't know Jerome. So I am proud that you've done your investigation. It was very thorough. But we ain't going on no paid leave, because crimes are going to be starting this Saturday, especially when FAMU will for state ass. So there will be no, see, you got to say, I'm still the chief of police around here now. We don't call no leaves around here. So we allowed you to do your job. Well done from the people of the Southern Division. Well done. I think you did a great job. I'm very proud of you boys. But let's be clear. I have never, ever done anything illegal that y'all will ever know about. So let's be clear on that.
Captain Campbell,
So,
may
I will let
here? May I interject?
Oh, absolutely.
I just find it funny as we begin the 2024 season that then you are ready to turn your attention and investigation to other institutions, which you say in Florida A&M, it starts this weekend, which I believe now your sights are now set on Norfolk State, right, with the Meac Swac challenge. But I don't know how we have just gone 8 months as this continued to unfold and unravel before our very face, making national news. And we have heard nothing from you up until this point of today from the very institution that you have very close ties to. I just find that, and I think the people in the chat,
we turned the investigation over to you. You've done a great job. I didn't want to see if I was putting my thumb on the scale, because that's what people said I would have done. And you came in with your biased opinion and still got to the facts. That's well done.
Why have we have not heard a crime report as it pertains to the FAMU Lee Mafia from you?
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, they told me to allow you to do it because you were going to come in and give the complete report. So I still got to go down and tell Ashley, man. Folks still know me now.
You see what I'm saying?
I can't be trying to do a search. I can't do certain crime reports. But that's what we turned over to you. You did a great job. You did an excellent job.
Captain Campbell, the only reason this was
and the fact, and let me tell you how great a job it is. Because remember, you were part of the Southern Mafia family. And you got implicated in that. And the fact that you got your badge lets me know that your probation was well served. But you've done a great job.
To the people that are watching and viewing in the chat as well as watching us live, I think you have heard the conflict of interest of him saying he can still go to Tallahassee and be very well known amongst the FAMU Lee Mafia. And the one thing that stood out to me in what you just said, the one thing that stood out to me that you said is how you allowed this to continue without you putting your finger on this and stopping this before it got any bigger than what it was. You allowed this to get to this point. The people have asked, and I have seen the people ask for a special crime report. You have been very vigilant as it pertains to any other institutions or individuals. But for some reason, Captain Campbell, as it pertains to your family mafia, as you just said it, you go to Tallahassee, they still know you. You were very quiet on this case. And now all of a sudden we hear you loud and boisterous. Now all of a sudden you are at the forefront. But when this mattered most, you were nowhere to be found. And I just find that very
that's not true. Now, wait a minute now. I did speak on this. I didn't speak in an official capacity as Captain Campbell. But I have spoke on this several times on various platforms, including this platform itself.
Uh-huh.
So that's not true. Now I know you've been on vacation, which you should, and plus you were doing the special investigation.
Was there a crime report ever?
I have not been quiet on this situation.
Was there a crime report ever done for the public in which you have been very, very,
no, because they turned us. They said, listen, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We have integrity at the OFFSCRIPT crime unit. Integrity is our foremost name. So they said to maintain integrity, so they make sure I didn't put the stuff.
Excuse me, 1 second. Who is they? You say they. Who is they?
See, Perry, you gotta understand something. There are people above your pay grade. Those are they. See, those are people above your pay grade. And you never know who they are, but they are always there.
Who is they?
So that's who they are.
They. You keep speaking of the.
So they allowed you to do the crime report, which you did an excellent job, and they are very proud of you. That's who they are. We all know who they are.
No, we don't know who they are.
People. Yeah, we know. Everybody knows who they are.
The people want to know who they are, Captain Campbell. They want to know who is they. Scotty, I think we're done here.
I can't hear him now. I couldn't hear you, Perry.
I think we're done here, Scotty.
Thank you.
No problem, Perry. I just once again, great job with the crime report. And I know you guys are going to start the season off outstanding. So great job with the crime report. Great job. So just remember, there ain't no misdemeanors on my record. All fellas. We still clean.
Thank you, Captain Campbell, for that.
Scotty, I think as you and the people have heard, you hear the conflict of interest. We have yet to find out who is they? Who are the people that he's speaking of, right? And
that was a fair question.
Obviously pockets he's in that ultimately told him don't speak on this publicly, nor to do his report to find out, as we now have this crime report of 2024, as we have been able to put our board together and find out all of these people that have been associated with this family mafia from the top all the way down. And there's a reason why people have resigned, Scotty. There's a reason we have seen numerous board meetings. There's a reason money has been spent, Scotty.
That's facts.
Now that the money has spent, we have to follow the paper trail because that money just might lead us into Captain Campbell's pockets.
Listen, I am not going to slander a good man's name. Captain Campbell has been nothing but integrous. I will let you proceed with your investigation, but until the evidence shows you are innocent until proven guilty. Let's just make that very clear. So once again, last time, if you're feeling that you're being neglected in your crime, call SVU FCP 1-800-888-SNITCH. That is 1-800-888-SNITCH. If you're feeling that your crime is being neglected. Now, let's get into the top 5 toughest schedule.
Before we go there.
What's up?
All right, I'm out of Corporal Perry. What's up, everybody? We back.
Hey, listen, we in here.
We here.
Football back.
I know you so ready. They ready. Hold on. What's up, y'all? It's been a minute. We survived SWAC basketball.
Yeah.
We survived SWAC baseball and softball.
Yeah.
We survived SWAC track and field. Y'all stuck with it, some of y'all, but now I know the rest of y'all are coming back. Y'all remember this right here? Dave Chappelle, come on. Hey, y'all back. This is what y'all been ready for, and we glad to have y'all.
You said who?
Know what this is. It's a celebration, bitches.
Let's go.
Come on.
I'm
glad to have you guys back with us, man. Another episode of Outspoken Scotty. I'm glad to be back with you. We had a hiatus. I hope you had a good summer. I had a good summer, spent time with family, and I hope everybody's ready for football because we now week 0, man, and you feel it. You're starting to feel it.
Yeah, I can smell it in the air. It's in the air. Football is all up and through the air. Let's get into the topics. All right, we're getting you guys. It's going to be a full-packed show, so make sure you got your honey buns, your Sprite, your snickerdoodles, or whatever you do to eat your bonbons, because we talking football, baby.
Your music is choppy.
My bad.
It's not coming through.
My bad.
Still not coming through.
Okay, that's fine. I like it. Toughest schedule. Can you hear me now?
I hear you, but the music, it's the background of music. We can't hear it.
Oh, that's my bad. Anyway, let's move on. All right. Hold on, my bad. Hold on, let me read this. That probably will help. Let me see. Still choppy?
Still choppy.
Yep, don't matter. Anywho,
that is the audio sound that we got from one Mr. Captain Campbell as he began to investigate those at Florida A&M. That's exactly what we heard. Nothing.
Let me see. Turn this Bluetooth off. Maybe that'll help. Anyway, all right. So, top 5 toughest schedules. This is my list of the top 5 toughest schedules. I have Mississippi Valley coming at number 5. Their opponents are Tennessee State, Murray State, Lamar, and Nichols. I have a tie at 4th place with UAPB and PV with Arkansas, Tennessee State, and UCA, which is Central Arkansas, and PV having Michigan State. I was like, God, dog, Michigan State? Jesus Christ, right? UIW, you have Alcorn with Vanderbilt, UAB and McNeese. You got NCCU with University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Elon, and Campbell. And the number 1 toughest schedule is University of Miami, FAMU with University of Miami and Troy. I know your list looks a little different, P, so I'm going to bring yours up real quick. Bam!
And what I wanted to do, I didn't know we were going to label those. I wanted you to pull up these schedules if you could, please. Because I just kind of wanted the people, and we can do it quickly. Work with me here as we look at this, because I want the people to lay their eyes on UAPB.
I literally just gave you their schedule. These are all the out of conference games.
I know, but I'm not necessarily basing everything off of out of conference as well. I'm also basing things off of home and away as it pertains to conference games.
Oh,
because some teams have some tough away games. Lord. And that's the only reason why I ultimately made the schedule that I did. And it wasn't necessarily towards non-conference, but it also, when you look around, whether it's the SWAC or Meac, some teams have some tough road games outside of course, the money games and the non-conference games.
This is Valley's.
Let's just look at where Valley start the season, right? On the road at Tennessee State. They're on the road at Lamar. They're on the road at Murray State. Tell me that's not tough. On the road at Nichols. Come on, man. That's 4 games in the month of September, as well as you add August into that last week of August of on the road. Scroll down a little bit more when it comes to their schedule. They got Alcorn at home. On the road at Alabama State. You got Bethune-Cookman. But I think that Bama State game is tough. Your UAPB's homecoming. You have Prairie View at home. And I just think when you look at the way that they start the season with those 4 away games, as well as having to go on the road to Alabama State, come on, man, you can't tell me that's a tough road. Just to start the season, 4 games.
Listen, if Valley was any type of competitive, the Lamar and Nichols games are winnable. The only reason these games are not competitive because we don't think Valley has a competitive squad.
That's exactly why I put them as one of my teams with one of the toughest schedules.
Because if you give any other school this schedule, it's not the toughest schedule. If you give FAMU this schedule, it's not tough. If you give Alcorn this schedule, it's not a tough schedule.
And that's why I labeled Mississippi Valley having to deal with this as a tough schedule, because you're talking about Coach Kendrick Wade trying to turn around a program. It's tough in year 2 to turn around a program, having to go on the road the first 4 weeks of the season and having to play a Lamar, a Murray State. The last time they played Murray State was a blowout. Nichols is a perennial power when you're talking about the Southland Conference.
If you remember that Murray State game, they were actually competitive in the first half, and it got away from them in the second half. And they had Coach Dancy at the time. I remember that Murray State game. They played really well.
They
in the
did,
first half,
and they let it get away from them. That is just tough to have to go on the road and try to pull out victory. So those road games, on top of having to go against the team Alabama State on the road and Montgomery, for me, that's a tough schedule, Scotty.
All right, so who do you want to bring up next? That's why you have Valley at your number one.
That's why I have Valley at my number one, because Kendrick Wade is trying to turn the culture around. That's a tough way in year 2 to try to turn the culture around, having to go on the road and take on those teams. Since we started at number 1, let's go to number 2. Let's go to Florida A&M. Let's look at Florida A&M's schedule, and that's why I have them at number 2.
All righty, here we go.
Florida A&M starting the season with Norfolk State. I just think the Meac Swac Challenge, considering where they are right now, could be a tough game. It's a tough game for anybody to start the season with a national spotlight. But then you move on, South Carolina State with Chennis Berry. That's, as many think, is going to be a different South Carolina State in terms of the toughness and the tenacity of their program. Then you got to go on the road to take on Miami. Now, Miami in the eyes of the FBS world may not be the Miami that we remember as the U back in the day. But nonetheless, for Florida A&M, that's a tough out. Then to take on Troy, a team that a lot of Florida A&M people remember during their FCS or Division I AA days of having to play in the playoffs. That is a tough outing. All right, as you continue to go, you look at Florida A&M has to go on the road to Alabama State. That is going to be a tough game, having to go on the road to Alabama State. So going on the road to Miami, going on the road to Troy, going on the road to Alabama State, and then the week after, then you look at right after Alabama State, having to go on the road to Jackson, Mississippi, to Jackson State. For me, that's why I put them at the number 2 spot. I just think, especially trying to reclaim their title as the SWAC East Division champions, having to go on the road on 2 teams who have you circled in Alabama State and Florida A&M, along with Miami and Troy, that's a tough outing.
I'll give you that. You on NCCU next?
NCCU, let's look at them, because, of course, we've heard Coach Trey Oliver at Meac Football Media Day saying, where's the respect to us when we go on the road and have to play PWIs, and we have beaten PWIs? They have a tough game down at the Orange Blossom Classic to start the season off against Eddie Robinson Jr. and Alabama State. To me, that is tough. Elon, a team that they got past last year, Elon is coming to town this year. Elon is a top 25 team coming into this season. That's going to be a tough game dealing with Elon, a PWI and FCS top 25 team. Then the next, you go on, then you take it on North Carolina, the Battle of the Carolinas, which is tough. And then after that, you got a rivalry game.
Yep.
With North Carolina A&T, who is then trying to find themselves. And then, of course, you get into conference play with North Carolina Central and Norfolk State. Then Campbell. We have all seen Campbell dibble and dabble around the HBCU community. That Campbell game is going to be tough. And then after that, it's just conference play. But I look at that Campbell game. I look at that Elon. I look at North Carolina. And I just look at the idea of having to start the season off, finding who your team is against an Alabama State team who's supposed to be pretty good this year. For me, that is going to be tough. And that's why I have them at the number 3 spot.
All right, and you go into Alcorn for their schedule.
Uh-huh. Let's look at Alcorn. UAB, money game. That's going to be tough, having to go over to Birmingham. Vanderbilt, that's going to be tough. Once again, for the eyes of the FBS fans, Vanderbilt is a nobody.
Yeah.
Right? But in the eyes of FCS, particularly HBCU, that is a hard game, having to go on the road back-to-back to Birmingham and then go to Nashville, Tennessee. Edward Waters is going to be okay. Having to go on the road to McNeese State. This is not the McNeese State of the past, but this McNeese State has brought in, this team has brought in 50 transfers, and they have a quarterback in Clifton McDowell who played for Montana last year, who won 10 straight games when he was named the starter and took Montana to the FCS National Championship. There's something having to turn the table that they want to in McNeese, who's been a perennial power in the FCS level. Then you look at, you got Valley, okay. You got Pine Bluff at home. Got to go on the road to Grambling. Regardless of what people think of Grambling, the Hole is a tough place to go. You got to go on the road to Southern. It'll be Southern's homecoming.
Duh.
Whatever the case may be, then you got Alabama State at home.
I'm surprised Southern scheduled a real team for homecoming. Usually that's where y'all like to do your Virginia Lynchburgs, your Lincolns. We know y'all like to just have y'all usually don't care about the football game as people go. Y'all just want
we'll get to that later down the line, but something tells me that was a lot more personal this year than what we've seen in the past with why Alcorn was
makes sense
to be put in that position.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But if you just see from this schedule, man, for me, that's a tough schedule for an Alcorn team. And people can make light of it, but let me see where your team is at when you put into that predicament of having to go to UAB, Vanderbilt, then go on the road to McNeese, and then get into conference schedule. So that's why I got Alcorn where they at the 3 spot.
Got you. All right. Let's get into. No, you got them at the 4 spot. You had NCC.
Excuse me, the 4 spot. I'm sorry. And then last but not least is going to be UAPB.
Got you.
The Golden Lions. Look at that first game. Arkansas. Arkansas to start the season off. Then you have to take on Tennessee State over the Southern Heritage Classic, which Tennessee State got past them last year. We'll see what Eddie George and the Tigers have up their sleeves for the Golden Lions. And then look at Central Arkansas, a top 25 FCS team. And I've done my studies on Central Arkansas. They are a potential candidate for an FCS national championship bid this year. So that's a tough team within the state of Arkansas that they're going to have to go against. And the first time in a long time, UCA will be going to Pine Bluff. To me, that is a tough game of the only 2 FCS teams in the state of Arkansas. Then having to go on the road to Alcorn. You get Prairie View at home as we continue to scroll. Then you go on the road to Grambling. You got to go on the road to Jackson State. Grambling, Jackson State. Then you got to go on the road to Southern. Now, in the past, the name sold itself, but we've just seen where UAPB has been in recent years and how tough it's been for them to get wins. They didn't get a win in conference until the last game of the year against Texas Southern on the road. So I just think that's tough with UCA, University of Arkansas, the 2 Arkansas schools who are good in the state of Arkansas, and then having to go on the road to Southern and Grambling. For me, that is going to be tough for them. So that's why I have my top 5. You put it up, everybody get a chance to see why I have my 1 through 5. UAPB number 5 with the toughest schedule, 5th toughest schedule. Alcorn number 4, North Carolina Central number 3, FAMU number 2, and Mississippi Valley, unfortunately, trying to change a culture. I just think that's tough having to go on the road with the games that they have throughout the month of September to be able to get them on the right foot.
All righty. And here are my top 5. I went with FAMU, NCCU, Alcorn, UAPB, and Prairie View as a tie, and Valley coming in at number 5. All right. Now, let's get into a little Meac. Oh, my bad.
At least it sounds good now.
Oh, it does?
It sounds good now.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get to a little Meac Swac superlative. All right. Now, first up, Perry's Meac superlatives. What you got?
I'm going with Howard as I start. Well, I started at the top. I'm going with Howard as the champions of the Meac. I think Howard and what they return. You look, they have the offensive and defensive player of the year preseason on their teams. I just think what they return, you have to look at them. And then the way that they went and beat North Carolina Central, the payback, as we call it, the big payback. Y'all listen to James Brown. That's what that was. And then they ultimately went on to the Celebration Bowl and contended really hard against Florida. And for me, I just think you can't overlook Howard. And because of that, I overlooked them last year. You was telling me the first 5 weeks of the season, hey, man, Howard is a team that I don't think people are giving much respect to. I'm giving respect to Howard this year.
That's crazy.
Hey, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And right now, Howard is the man, and that's why I have, as well as you move on, Jared Hunter, running back, as the player of the year. I think he's going to be the workhorse for that offense. I think he's going to be the guy that they're going to rely heavily on, as well as Eden James. But at the end of the day, you're going to have Jared Hunter, who I perceive as they've already had the preseason player of the year in the Meac. I'm going to roll with that, and I'm going to say Jared Hunter, and then the coach of the year. Of course, we've seen how this go. When you win the championship and you win it all, you get the Coach of the Year awards. And so I think Larry Scott and what he's building at Howard cannot be ignored. And what he did last year against a North Carolina Central team who was #1 in my preseason ranking pretty much all the way until they lost to Howard tells me all I need to know, that that team is going to come back and they're going to compete hard. Disappointing team. This is going to turn some heads, and Trey Oliver may just speak out on this. But I'm going to say a disappointing team this year is going to be North Carolina Central. I think they're going to have to rebuild around of what they had. Last year, what was it? It was offense, and they lost their 2 offensive keys in Davis Richards at quarterback, and they lost their running back. That is a lot to have to replace, because that was their workhorses in which they scored a lot of points and were able to put themselves in position to be successful. I think it's going to be, and look, ain't nothing wrong with coming back the next year and having to develop guys to be your next stars for your program. I just think as high as everybody has been on them, I just don't think this year is going to be the year that everybody can just sit back and ride with them, if that makes sense. So I just think maybe 2 losses in conference play is disappointing for them, considering what they've been in the past. A surprise team is going to be Coach Chennis Berry, in my opinion, in South Carolina State. He takes over for Coach Buddy Pugh. South Carolina State, did you see the all-MEAC selection? Did you see their O-line?
Yeah.
So, I mean, guys, and we all know Chennis Berry's special.
Run the ball.
Is run the ball. And when you got guys on your offensive line that can make the all-MEAC selection, for me, that puts them in a position to be successful. And I think they will surprise a lot of teams just off of playing old school football. And that's just running it up the gut and being able to get victories, whether it's pretty or it's ugly. It's going to be knockout dragouts. Of course, the worst team, Delaware State. It's just nothing about Delaware State for me that I feel that's going to turn my head when it comes to this conference. When you look at teams like Howard, North Carolina Central, and South Carolina State. And then my wild card team. Is this any surprise to anybody?
No.
It's Norfolk State. They returned the most starters in the conference. And for me, last year, was speaking with Dawson Odoms, that team was young, full of freshmen and sophomores. They lost 7 games by 6 or 7 points or less. This team now comes back with the experience. And for me, I think they're the wild card team. I think they can surprise a lot of people and find themselves in a situation of maybe competing this year in 2024 for a MEAC championship. My guy, that's my guy.
Oh man. All right. I like it. All right. Let me break it down a little bit. I'm going in a complete different direction. Okay. The champions of the MEAC is them boys. Now they're in Baltimore, but I'm gonna say DMV, you're good with me. All right, I got Eric Hunter as the player of the year. I got the coach of the year, Damon Wilson's the same situation. Listen, Damon and Morgan they're literally on the precipice of being great. The teams that they competed against last year with the Akron, with Richmond, and the way they competed, I mean, down to the literally last snap with Akron, they had the game in the bag. If they just take knees, they win the game, right? They lose that by a fumble. They beat Richmond, which was ranked at the time. I mean, the team has it. Defensively, this team is all world. They just need to find some offense, and hopefully Ish can get the quarterback that they're rolling with. Ish, hopefully he can get them over the hump and just make them serviceable, feasible. Just a feasible offense. If Morgan can put up 21 points per game, they'll be the hardest team to beat. Because defensively, you're not messing with them, right? But it hurts when your defense is all world and your offense is all ass. It just hurts, right? So it is.
disappointing team. To me, Howard takes a step back. Like, I know they're going to lean on Eden James and Jared Hunter, but what does that quarterback position look like, right? Hugh Will wasn't bad, but he wasn't great. He was in the middle of the road, and I think if you can find somebody that keeps the ship in the middle of the road, then Howard will be decent, right? Because you still have great players like Kenny Gallup and those guys on the back end for you that can do damage, but offensively, what does that quarterback situation look like at Howard, and how does it go forward? I think they're going to take a step back. I agree with you. My surprise team is going to be South Carolina State. I think they have the bones. You know how, like, when you go to a house and you're renovating the house, you're like, oh, this got good bones. It got good structure. I think that's what South Carolina State is. Buddy Pugh has built a great structure and a great culture at South Carolina State that is entrenched with winning, entrenched with working hard, that lunch pail mentality, and that just fits Coach Chinnisberry so well. He said, you're going to work. I love, man.
We just trying to go 1-0 every week.
1-0 every week. Whatever. The mailman got to get up every day and go to work. You know what I'm saying?
Stop full of care water.
Bring the lunch pail, man. Bring your lunch pail, man. Okay, so he just embodies that culture that I think fits for them and everything like that. Now, don't expect them to beat no white teams. Don't expect him to be if they look beige. Don't expect them to beat them because he gonna get ran out the gym. But with his black on black crime, he good. Anything beige and lighter, like the paper bag test. Anything with the paper bag test. Chinnisberry gonna let you down every time. Okay.
What you say, Scotty? They can't be this color, huh?
Hey, cannot be. He cannot. Listen, I'm telling you, he will get coached out the gym. Okay, but as long as they darker than that paper bag, y'all straight. All right, y'all always gonna have a chance to win. Worst team. Listen, man, it's not even close. Like Delaware State is ass. Okay, that's just what it is. The coach is ass. The coaching staff isn't very good. Now I do think they have some talent. I saw a couple quarterbacks that I was like, oh, okay, not bad. But I have no faith in the head coach, none whatsoever. He used to be the OC at Howard. He wasn't good there. He goes to Delaware State, still not good. So I don't expect much from them. And the wild card. And okay, I know you're like, Scotty, how can they be the champion and the wild card team? I think they're like big risk. They're like risk it and no biscuit, right? Like, I think you're either going to get a very good Morgan State or it's just going to be bad. Like, it's just going to be what you saw last year where they couldn't score. They couldn't get in the end zone. They scoring, they holding teams to 12 points and they scoring 7. Like, it's that. You get what I'm saying? So that's why they're my wild card team, because I think they could be really great and they could be really bad. So that's my in between. And I think, listen, and I know a lot of people, and I know P has NCCU as a disappointment team. I think NCCU, when you have, I look at Trey Oliver as Mike Tomlin. Like, when you have that guy, he's going to always steady the ship, right? It doesn't matter how many people fall off, get on the boat, get off the boat. He's going to keep the ship afloat and keep you going straight. Because he is NCCU. He loves that institution. He gives it all he has. So that's why I think you can always expect great things from them. But even in a down year, it won't feel like a down year because he keeps that shit right. What you got, P?
And just because I say disappointed, I'm not saying they're gonna be sorry this year at all.
Yeah,
it was disappointing that they didn't make the Celebration Bowl last year. They only had one conference loss. Tell me that wasn't disappointing to many who they led the HBCU poll from week 1 all the way up to the point that they lost.
Yeah.
I mean, you just had to look at them and say that was disappointing. And one loss created disappointment. Then you go into the FCS playoffs, and that was 2 losses. That was, that hurt. So when I say disappointing, it's not me saying that they're going to be sorry this year. It's just disappointing when you don't see them back in the Celebration Bowl, in my opinion, because we've seen the dominance and especially what they was able to do last year. I did not think they was going to get a well-whooped ass against Howard. That completely caught me off guard. I thought we was going to get a good game, but to consider what they did in non-conference and how they worked their way all the way to that game, it just disappointed me. And it hurt to not see them because it looked like FAMU and North Carolina Central was on a collision course all year. They were both 1 and 2 the entire year. Howard came out of nowhere into the top 5 and then found themselves in the Celebration Bowl. So for people that's listening, when I say disappointing, I'm not saying Delaware State disappointing. I'm just saying the fact that if you don't see them in the Celebration Bowl, that's going to be disappointing.
I agree. I absolutely agree. All right, we going to the SWAC. Here we go, Pete. What you got?
I'm gonna go with. First of all, let me just tell people, the SWAC this year, considering how many new head coaches you got, considering how many second-year head coaches you have, the SWAC for me is an up and down. It's really anybody's league this year. But if I'm gonna go with anybody, I'm gonna say Alabama State because I'm looking at the fact that they brought in Andrew Body. Last year, Alabama State lost only one game in the East. It was on the road to Florida A&M. And then you bring in Andrew Body from Texas Southern. If Andrew Body can be the Andrew Body in terms of the potential, because one of the things is we have continuously seen this young man, but we've never.
Hold up. Don't start this football season on the wrong foot.
Let me finish then.
Can I get a real Andrew Body? Because you're disrespecting.
Well, you give me because nobody does it like you.
Oh my goodness! All right, let me do it, and then you can get back to your thing.
Okay.
Andrew Body. All right, go ahead.
How long you been holding that one in?
Oh, I could have kept going, but I didn't want to go into your thing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just going to go with a stout defense last year. And then you look at what they add to their defense this year, Rico Dozier. And then, to me, Alabama State really was a quarterback away last year. And so you bring in Andrew Body. And with the potential that Andrew Body has, see, we basing this off potential. But with the potential that he has, along with that running back room and the defense that they have, I got Alabama State as the champion. Then I'm going to go to the title game, the SWAC championship. Hey, I took the easy way out, people. I don't have no reason to lie to you. I just looked at Alabama State and Alcorn. I looked at Alcorn the way that they finished. This thing was basically Alcorn's championship game last year to go play in against Florida A&M. They had a horrible outing down in Houston against Texas Southern. It kept them out. They ended the season with a victory against Jackson State. Of course, Prairie View did what they needed to do and got a victory against Alabama State to end the season and got the SWAC West division title. But I just look at Alabama State and Alcorn for me as the easy way out right now. That is the championship for me. But once again, I don't know with this conference this year because it's so much turmoil and it's so much to learn about these teams. Absolutely. And because I have Alabama State as my champion, I'm going to go with the player of the year because this is the reason people have picked Alabama State to win the East and to possibly be the SWAC champion. It's simply because of Andrew Body with the addition of him to this football team. I think when you look around the SWAC landscape, everybody can say together, Alabama State needed a quarterback. And if Andrew Body gives us consistency and stays healthy throughout the season, I think he is what they need. And of course, when you win the SWAC championship in your division, typically your quarterback wins that player of the year. And we all know when we look at the past conference champions, who has had the best quarterback? The conference champion. There has not been a conference champion where you look around and it was like that quarterback wasn't better than everybody else. And that's why I think Andrew Body will fall into that player of the year. When you look at coach of the year, it falls in line with everything else. Eddie Robertson Jr. I think that leaves him in a position to build off of. He has his way with the Magic City Classic against Alabama A&M. He went on the road and beat Jackson State at Jackson State's homecoming last year. Went on the road and fought tough against Florida A&M, and that was the only conference loss in the East. Of course, they lost to Prairie View, but when you win it all, you become the coach of the year. Disappointing team, I think we all can say this together. Alabama A&M, Connell Maynard and the Bulldogs. Nobody seems to be high on them. Even when you saw the SWAC preseason rankings and you saw them over in the East, nobody still seems to be high on the guy with the longest tenure in this conference. And for me, they're still going to fall into that realm of disappointing. Sorry, Bulldogs. Surprise team. When you get picked fourth.
Come on, man.
When you get picked fourth, that means people probably think you're going to win 2 to 3 games this year. Because when you fourth, they don't think you're going to beat anybody. And so for me, I'm going to go with surprise team, Southern University. Let me tell you something. For y'all that's out there listening, this ain't just because it's a home thing, right? This not because of that. But I think Southern University is a team under Coach Graves that a lot of people are underestimating. And because of that, I think the expectations are low for everybody. But I think they will exceed the expectations and find themselves in a battle. I'm not saying they'll win it because you don't see them in my title game, but I think they'll upset some teams along the way that you just like. Now, I didn't see Southern winning that game. That's why I have them as my surprise team. The worst team, of course, Mississippi Valley. I'm gonna go with Valley. We talked about it when you talk about those hardest schedules. They got the hardest schedule in HBCU football to me, having to go on the road the first 4 games, and it just don't get any easier after that. And my wild card team, I'm gonna go with Florida A&M. And the reason I'm going with FAMU is the wild card is we still looking to think that they're gonna bring what they did last year into this year. That, of course, they the defending national champions, right? Everybody, when you look at that, say, well, how far could they drop off? But for me, when you look at the coaching change, there's a culture change that goes along with a coaching change. And for me, I'm not saying Florida A&M went rock bottom. I still think having that Florida talent, they could finesse anybody at any given time in this conference. And for me, because I don't have them in the championship nor in the East or in the East as the division champ, I think as a wild card, they can find themselves at any given time back in that picture of maybe playing for a championship and defending a title. But if not, I think you may see a slight slope down, and that's okay because you got a year 1 head coach trying to, once again, changing coaches changes the culture. It's no longer Willie Simmons. Don't look at this team like Willie Simmons. It's James Colsey. And because of that, that's why I got them at the wild card. But I think they have the talent still on that team to do whatever they want to do in this conference.
That's fair. That's fair. I definitely agree with you on the FAMU premise because you can't look at this team like Willie Simmons. You just can't. I mean, he was such a boost to the team that him alone, he elevated you above your competition because of just how great of a coach he was. Okay, my question is,
well, do your list, and then you can come back and ask me a question. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You took the easy way out.
No. Let me tell you. So I have to make my decision on the 22nd of who, because Smash challenged me to pick a team. Like he said, Scotty, you got to pick a team, right? So the team that I pick, I think they're going to win the championship. So I got to delay it until the 22nd.
This is preseason, Scotty. You held accountable for what you say in preseason. There's nobody you can just throw out there and hope it sticks to say that they're the champion and playing in the title game.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. If I pick a team, I gotta rock with my team. That's what Smash told me. Smash is like, Scotty, if you pick a team, you gotta ride with them. So for me, I gotta wait till I pick my team, and you guys are gonna know who I feel is gonna be the champion, title game, player of the year, coach of the year, all that type of stuff. Right? So boom. So we'll leave it at that. Now, disappointing team, Alabama A&M. That's just point blank clear. It's whatever. All right. Surprise team. You got to go with Bethune-Cookman.
And I can see that.
You got to go with Bethune-Cookman because the games that they were supposed to get blown out in, they didn't. And they were really competitive. Offensively, they were trash, but defensively, they were really, really good. D-line was solid. Cornerback play was really solid for them. So unless you see the offense take another step, they're going to be what they were last year at least. And I'm always going to give more credit to a guy coming in for their second year than somebody going to their first year, right? So I think him having that one season under his belt, kind of knowing his team is, revamping his defense, they just got to revamp that offense. And maybe Bethune-Cookman, I'm not saying they're going to compete I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is they won't be in the bottom. And Bethune-Cookman will be a team that you're not going to circle for automatic W. Unless
you'll be at the game and hear Bethune-Cookman 30 and some school 7 and be like, woo.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
That's the one you're talking about. Like
it could be something like that. Coming. Yeah, it could be something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna just leave it like this. A lot of people are saying, "Oh my God, Jackson State got 7 wins." They should have lost that Bethune game. That's just facts. Bethune was the better team. I mean, they just were, right? So, like, it's games like that you're gonna find yourself in with Bethune that you could end up on the wrong end of a W or an L. So that's my surprise team. Worst team UAPB and wild card team is Grambling. I really don't think people are talking about this Grambling team enough. The players that I've reached out to, the players that I've talked to, have all said the same thing. That, Scotty, we're practicing harder. We're more disciplined. We understand what we're doing. It's not like laissez-faire and we're just going through the motions. They was like, they're coaching us and they're coaching us hard, right? No diddy. So I can see Grambling being that wild card team to where they're like, it's like week 6 or week 7, and they might be the number 2 team, right? I really do see that because they got the quarterback. That's what you need. That's half the battle right there is having a quarterback. You got Miles Crawley. You can
preseason SWAC player of the year.
Preseason SWAC player of the year. It's not hard. You got Mickey Joseph, one of the best recruiters on the FBS level, right now coming down to the Grambling level. He hadn't forgot how to recruit.
You believe in Eric Dooley?
That is the only thing that's stopping me from jumping on the bandwagon. Bro, every time I try to talk myself into Grambling, I see a I see a big picture of Gucci Gang. Of Gucci. I just see a big picture of Gucci. And I'm like, damn, I can't do it. I can't do it because, and this is my reason why. One, Dooley is gonna be Dooley. And what I mean by that is he will go with a player just because they fit his system and not be the better quarterback. That's my issue, right? Like Bubba was the better quarterback, but he didn't fit his system. You see what I'm saying? And I think Miles is the better quarterback, but I don't think Miles Crawley fits Dooley's system of that mobility and running and getting out of trouble and all that type of stuff. And I know Mr. Campbell said yes as an OC. Listen, I'm gonna just keep it real with you. Like Dooley as a head coach and as an OC, it's been going down. It hasn't been going up. It's just continually been going down. It's like everybody's being more innovative and he's just going the opposite way. So I don't know. That's my biggest like question mark, because I think Jason Rollins is a great defensive coordinator. I've heard from people from Southern that he was a great DC, right? I mean, y'all didn't like him as a head coach, but they always talked about Scotty. He's a good DC, like he knows what he's doing. So I don't think that's a bad hire. And I think Mickey Joseph is going to be a great CEO. Dooley is the big question mark for me. And it's such a big question mark that it really hinders me jumping on the Grambling bandwagon full force.
That Southern money running deep up there at Grambling, isn't it?
Boy.
The AD, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator, boy, we supporting Grambling the best way we can up there, man.
And the AD.
That's what I said. Yeah, we supporting them the best way we can to try to help them, I guess, just to keep the Bayou Classic competitive. We gotta make sure we do what we can to keep that thing competitive from the Southern perspective.
Let me go back to you. I want to ask, when you say Southern a surprise team, like to me, just you saying that lets me know how bad Southern is. Because why would Southern be? It's Southern. Like, like don't get me wrong, like you're a blue blood program. Why would you be a surprise? Like that to me, because Grambling has fell off, right? Grambling has fell off. So they haven't been what they have been in a long time. So to me, when you say a surprise team of Grambling, that makes sense to me. But if you're telling me that Southern has been doing this and you be bragging and all this, that, and the third, and you got them as a surprise team, that lets me know that fall from grace has hit pretty hard.
This is not from my perspective. When I say surprise team, Southern was picked 4th in the West. We've seen Southern right there at 1 and 2 in the past. Southern did fall from grace. They fired their head coach last year. Eric Dooley got fired. That's just the facts about it. The quarterback who you had last year left. The facts are there. But I don't think when it comes to talent, I think when you look at Southern's team last year, Southern had a talented team. Who did we kept circling at that had to hold the stick of all those losses? Against Jackson, against Alabama State, against Florida. Remember Dooley said they dropped what?
What do you say? They dropped 5? They dropped 8. They dropped 8.
When we went to Alcorn, who we had to circle that against? Alcorn's secondary was in the top 5 in the country in terms of causing and forcing interceptions. And so I just believe, for me, it's a surprise. And when I say surprise, once again, people, I didn't have them playing for the championship, did I? The same way when I talked about disappointing teams for North Carolina Central. I said North Carolina Central, not saying because they disappointed does not mean that they're going to be just this trash team in the conference. Disappointing to me is if North Carolina Central is not in the FCS, not in the Celebration Bowl because of what we've seen, the program that Trey Oliver has built. But we cannot deny the conference around Trey Oliver is getting better.
That is true. That is true.
We can't deny that.
Outside
North
of Delaware
Carolina
State.
Central just not sitting on the high horse, and it's just them running the conference, and everybody else is just behind them. The conference around them has gotten better. So that means the level of competition is going to be what it's going to be each and every week once they start playing Halloween. The same way where I say with Southern was picked 4th. That means people don't believe they're going to win any games much outside of maybe a Texas Southern and maybe UAPB. So it's going to be surprising if Southern does go on the road and let's say Southern gets a victory at a FAMU, which FAMU, a lot of people think FAMU is on this high because of last year. Just using this as an example. It will be a surprise if Southern goes on the road and beat Jackson State in a huge rivalry game in the second game of the season. It will be a surprise to people if Southern beats Alcorn for homecoming at home. Those are the games. That's why I'm saying surprise, because a lot of people, if you see in the comments and the way that you feel, you don't think Southern going to do nothing. So that's surprising to the people that if Southern does pull off any of those games, you think Southern is hit rock bottom. So if they do get one of those games, you're going to be like, dang, okay. I didn't see that one coming because I thought Southern was going to be the bottom of the barrel. That's why I'm saying surprise. Surprise team don't mean they're going to get to the championship, win it all. If they do, I would be damn surprised. But I just think Southern, in terms of talent, they're not UAPB. They're not Mississippi Valley. They're not Alabama A&M. Southern has talent. It's just, can these coaches get this talent together to play and win games? That's simple enough for me.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I just want to kind of get that breakdown. You know what I'm saying?
I know the people would love to see us rock bottom. I get it. I understand. I get it. And then when you say Perry saying Southern, it ain't saying Perry picking Southern because Perry graduated from Southern. But, of course, there are situations where you look at teams. Southern was not a horrible team last year, right? Southern was in the thick of things, but we all circled it back to Southern's offense. Who was the offensive coordinator? Who was the head coach? Who got fired?
Facts.
Southern was in the thick of things until they went to Alcorn and got their ass blew out.
No diddy.
No diddy. And then you lose to Prairie View, the very team,
That's what got them fired right there.
That's what got them fired.
That's what got them fired right there. We stole you from PV and you can't even go back and beat them guys? Nah, yeah. That's
Alabama State fans, if anybody was in Montgomery last year and saw that Southern versus Alabama State game, Southern's defense in the second half did everything possible to give Southern an opportunity to win the game. It was Southern's offense and Eric Dooley's play calling that cost us that game. Then you looked at that Jackson State game, you was just like, what the hell is going on here? 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. That's why Southern's defense was 3rd in the conference last year. And that's why I feel confident when I look at the defensive side of the ball. That's the defense that got a lot of experience. And did we forget Southern has the preseason defensive player of the year in Kelby Givens?
I mean, but your secondary is nowhere near what it was last year without Jordan Carter.
It may not be nowhere near what it was last year, but I look at a Davin Cotton. I look at Kelby Givens on that D-line. I look at the disruption. You look at also in that linebacker, Southern has a second-team all-SWAC linebacker right there. So I'm just saying the offense seemed to really been a struggle for us, and it put our defense on the field a lot last year. And I'm just explaining this to people why I picked them as a surprise team. Southern was no bottom feeder last year. Southern was a middle of the pack fighting to try to get to the top team. We all saw Southern had talent. It was not like, man, this Southern team is completely atrocious. The team had talent. That's why they are surprised, because I feel that talent ain't a drop-off. That talent is there. Once again, can these coaches get these guys to win these games that matter? And I mean, that's the big games that'll get you above when you were talking about those above 500 teams.
This is the part where I challenge Southern people as saying, okay, you're thinking that you have talent, and can these coaches get the talent to make it work? My issue is the first OC, Dooley, did not. Mark Fredericks has not been known to get his playmakers the ball from PV. You can go back and watch. You can talk to any PV fan. They'll tell you straight up they didn't like Mark Fredericks as their OC. It was a lot of run, pass, run, pass, right? So to me, it's just you
Don't you like T-Set?
T who?
T-Set, the quarterback from Scotlandville. The 3-star quarterback.
I like Zay.
I like Zay.
Yeah, his name is Zay. T-Set. His last name. T-Set.
Oh, I like Zay. Yeah, I like Zay, but that doesn't mean Zay gonna. It don't mean Zay gonna play.
Right, I know that, but still, there's the possibility that what they say he's one of those bullets in the chamber.
You're still missing Perry.
No, I'm not missing. I'm asking you a question. I'm on par with what you
listen. You could have Andre Johnson, Reggie Bush. If you don't know how to get your playmakers the ball, you don't know how to get your playmakers the ball. Chandler Whitfield, and this I'm gonna be very serious on this one. Chandler Whitfield was probably one. He could have been a top 5 receiver in the SWAC. He's that explosive. He's that good. Go back and watch the FAMU game. He took a 5-yard in and took it 60 yards. Like, he's that type of special. You got to find a way to get guys the ball. And that was Dooley's problem. And that is also Mark Frederick's knock on him, that he doesn't find ways to get his playmakers the ball. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you don't have talent, but the coaching that you're hoping for, I don't know if you're going to see it going into the season, because you're replacing somebody who didn't know how to get his playmakers the ball with another person who still don't know how to get his playmakers the ball.
And would that surprise you if the playmakers do get the ball?
That would.
That's why they're a surprise team, because I'm curious to see, and I believe if he finds the way to get them the ball and get the playmakers in position to make plays, Southern has an opportunity to surprise you. That's all I'm saying. I ain't didn't put Southern in the Celebration Bowl. I didn't even put Southern in the SWAC championship. I didn't even say Southern was winning the Western Division. I just said they're a surprise team. Don't be surprised if they go win games, a couple games or 1 or 2 games that you feel they should have been blew out or they didn't have a chance in. That's all I'm saying. It's not me putting them on a pedestal. It's just saying, hey, at the end of the day, they still have the talent and the ability to possibly surprise some people. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. That's fair. All right, let's get into these rivalries, HBC rivalries. Breaking down the top rivalries in the game. Let's see what we got here. Now, listen, now you guys know I haven't been around that long, but I'm just going to give you my forte of what I've seen and what it is. Now, the reason you see 4 and 2 is because I took Perry's and I put it in mine, but I forgot to erase the 2 because I was trying to copy it. I was trying to copy and paste and like make it move faster. You know, that's why I'd be late. So, excuse me. Listen, I don't think this is like Ohio State and Michigan. Okay. I don't think there's any debate what's the best rivalry. If you haven't been to the game, you're missing out. Okay. Especially when it's at the vet. It's just like, it is everything you ask for a football game. It's jam-packed. Bamas do not like each other. Okay. It is really, see, some of these rivalries are just like, oh, is your band coming? Oh, is your band coming? Are your dancers dancing? Or your thing? Like, it's a lot of that. This game has it all. We don't like your band. We don't like your football team.
I don't like your naughty head, ugly kids.
I don't like nothing about who we going against. That to me is pure rivalry. Pure. And it ain't no friendly cousins. Ain't none of that. I don't like you. You don't like me.
All Jackson State women ugly to me. All of them. Well, like Charles Barkley said about San Antonio, all them big women eating them churros. That's Jackson, Mississippi to me. Big women eating pig ears. That's what I see over there.
Oh man,
hog balls and collard greens. That's
the game, man. It is the game. Okay, it is the game, not the Jackson, but it's the game. All right, my number 2 is NCAT versus NCCU. I think it's up there. Now, I haven't gone to this game, so I can't tell you my experience in it, right? But just the way Josh talks about this game, he don't even say their name. It gives me those Jackson State Southern vibes because he says the school down the highway. You know, he doesn't acknowledge them with their name. Like, he does not like NCAT. Now, he loves them, as an HBCU brethren. See, Southern Jackson don't even do that. Like, they don't even got that. That's why they number 1. They don't even got no HBCU brother. They like, we know we HBCU. F all that. Okay? Like, really
that's why they scared. You don't never hear between them. Like, man, when I go over there, they slash our tires. They bust our windows. You might get robbed. Like, hey.
It is. I love it, man. I love that type of stuff. Alabama State and Alabama A&M Match City Classics. It's like
it's like your big brother versus your little brother. All right. Or it's like your big cousin versus your little cousin. That's pretty much the vibes I get. Grambling versus Southern. This is like a big family reunion. It like if you go to the game, man, ain't nobody watching the game. Everybody out there just partying, having a good time. It's a great experience, but it's not for the football game. Okay. And Jackson State versus Alcorn. It's not a hatred. They don't like each other. I want to be very clear about that. They don't like each other. It's not a hatred, though, but it's a damn good game. Okay, the environment is there. It don't matter if it's at Alcorn. It don't matter if it's at Jackson. The game is gonna be crazy. So that's my top 5 HBC rivalries.
I'm gonna go to my top 5. I'm start at the bottom. And Scotty, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give a little perspective to it and why I do it, and give you some history with each one of these so people can see about these teams. So I'm gonna go with Howard and Hampton, the battle of the real HU. Howard and Hampton people know how big this game is between the real HU. They played 98 times in their history. The first time, Scotty, was in 1908, in which Hampton won 6-0. Hampton leads the all-time series 56-41-1. Hampton has won 14 straight from 1997 to 2010. Howard won 12 straight from 1969 to 1980. Hampton has won the last 7 meetings, and last year Hampton won by 1 point, 35-34. That's, hey, don't get no more rival when you lose to your rival by 1 point. And that's what happened last year. I'm going to give the real HU. That's a battle, because when you hear them talking about the real HU, that matters between Howard and Hampton. Maybe not to the rest of the world, but between those two, they understand how deep that is. That's why they at number 5. At number 4, I'm going to go to Magic City Classic between Alabama State and Alabama A&M. Both these teams have played 88 times in their history. The first time was in 1924, in which Alabama State won 30-0. Alabama A&M leads the all-time series 44-41-3. Alabama State has won the last 2 meetings, and that last one last year was a 31-16 win for Alabama State up in Birmingham. Then let's go to the Aggie Eagle Classic, as they call it, with North Carolina A&T versus North Carolina Central, the battle of the Carolina schools. They're only 55 miles apart. If it don't give no more rivalry than that, than being 55 miles apart from the two schools, I don't know what is. Played 95 times. The first time they played was in 1922, in which North Carolina A&T won 26-0. NCAT leads the all-time series 53-37 and 5 ties. NCAT won 12 straight in this series from 1989 to 2001. North Carolina Central, the Eagles have won the last 2 meetings, including last year, 30-16 over the Aggies. And then I go to the Bayou Classic. As much as people say it's a family reunion, Thanksgiving is a house divided. You have to live in Louisiana to know that there are many families that have Southern and Grambling graduates in it. But that weekend, no matter how you look at it, that Thanksgiving is tough to sit down when Uncle went to Grambling, Auntie went to Southern, and you got to hear that noise for that entire weekend. That is a huge rivalry. Both these teams have been playing. It's only been the Bayou Classic only since 1974, but the all-time series, both teams have played 75 times. First time was in 1932, in which Southern won 20-0, but the Bayou Classic has been played 50 times, as last year was the 50th Bayou Classic. Grambling won the first Bayou Classic in 1974, 21-0. SU leads the all-time series 41-34, but in terms of the Bayou Classic game itself, SU leads that 26-24. Southern has won the last 2 meetings, including last year's 27-22 victory over Grambling. And then number 1, of course, I think we have said it, Southern versus Jackson State, downright hatred. Nicknamed the Boombox Classic because it's not only on the field, it's in the stands. And then when I say in the stands, not even just the bands, the fans, the trash talk, the noise, the fighting. You get everything you look for in college football when you look for a true rivalry between these two teams. And unfortunately, most people around the conference don't know much about this rivalry because it's not considered a true classic, typically played at a neutral site like you see a lot of other teams. This one, you have to be there to understand how bad Southern and Jackson State hate each other. And when you look at the all-time series, both teams have played 70 times. The first time was in 1929. SU won. Guess what, Scotty? In 1929, Southern beat Jackson State 98-0.
Woo!
Yeah, that's enough ass whoopings for a lifetime. All right, SU leads the all-time series 35-33. Southern won 8 straight from 2013 to 2021. Jackson State won 7 straight from 1977 to 1983. Jackson State has won the last 4 meetings against Southern, including last year's 27-14 victory in Baton Rouge in 2023. So that's my top 5 rivalries for myself. If you guys see any different, put your top 5 rivalries in the comment section. I'm always curious to see because there's different perspectives, especially for what you have experienced. And for me, these are the top 5 for me of what I see and what I think.
Yeah. Okay. So people are saying like Hampton and Norfolk. I think, okay. But first, let me say I have not gone to the game. So let me just say that first and foremost. I have not gone to the game. I think the level of participation also has to go a part of the rivalry, right? Like to me, you can't say this is a big rivalry game and you don't crack over like 10 or 12,000. Like that doesn't really make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like if you in that 5,000, 8,000 range, like that doesn't really make sense to me. So like you could have FAMU and Bethune up there because they, that Florida Classic is huge, right? So that to me is why those, like, I'm not saying FAMU and Bethune could be on this top 5 list. I want to be very clear about that.
And they were like on the bubble for me.
Yeah,
literally on the bubble.
You know what I'm saying? So me personally, I would take Grambling and Southern off and put FAMU and Bethune on because I know they care about the football game. The thing, FAMU and Bethune care about the game. Grambling and Southern they do not. They don't care about the game.
Well, I put it like this. Grambling and Southern do care about the game, but because it's such a huge game, you got a lot of outsiders that are coming to be a part of the festivities in the city of New Orleans. That's where I think it gets mixed up. It's just tons of people that just want to come see the game. That's why you get 70,000 people. It ain't just 70,000 Southern and Grambling fans. It's people from all around the country that just want to come be a part of the event. And when you see these people, every year you get maybe some new people or people who say, I'm coming back next year. They're just trying to be a part of the festivities. And I think that's what loses when people come to that game. That's what kind of get lost because you see all of those people being a part of it, just coming to be a part of the festivities. There's hundreds of thousands of people in the city that weekend.
Show me. Oh, the Graham versus PV. No, what's that? The State Fair Classic?
State Fair Classic, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Show me last year where this game got 20K. Show me last year where this game got 20K. I would be shocked to believe that Hampton and Norfolk State got 20,000 people in a stadium. Yeah,
and listen.
Show me
and it could be regional for people in that region. For what that could sound like a huge game, and it could be a big game in that region for the people who know that. It just has not trickled down over to here to where I'm like when I hear Norfolk versus Hampton. I've heard the battle of the real HU, whether nobody cares about it or not. I just know Hampton and Howard, regardless of the fact these are 2 bougie institutions who want to be the bougiest. It's the battle of the bougies, the real HU. So I totally understand. And that's why I went Howard and Hampton. But in your region, there could be games, in your opinion, that could be rivalries. And that's why I say make your own top 5. Don't discredit or get mad at us because of our top 5. Get your top 5. And I'll be curious to see it as well because to each his own when it comes to perspective.
Yeah, I'm about to look up this attendance because y'all gonna make me.
What game you looking up?
Norfolk and Hampton.
Okay.
Gamecast box score. Let me see. 10,000.
How much?
10,000.
Oh.
I'm not crazy. I know y'all ain't getting no 20K up in that joker. Let me bring it up on the screen so all you Hamptonians and Norfolkians or whatever y'all call yourselves, so y'all can this Norfolkians like
that can't be accurate.
That can't be right? Hey, this can't be
the Norfolkians. My God,
Norfolkians.
Sound like something off Star Trek.
Shoot, let me scroll down. Let me scroll. Let me see. Here you go, right here. What'd that say? What'd that say right there?
10,021.
10,021. Y'all not getting no 20K with these 2 teams.
Not last year. Both y'all was ass. Come on, man. I'm not crazy. Now, maybe if Hampton was actually good and Norfolk was actually good, then yes, okay, you'll get 20K in the stadium. You're not getting that now. And you'll be lying to me if you tell me you are. And go ahead.
Are they trying to base this? Nothing I have said for me personally and mine was based off attendance. So yeah,
to me, that adds to the rivalry. Like,
yeah,
that's just my personal opinion, right? Like, that just adds to the rivalry. When you got 15, 20,000, 25,000 people in the stadium for a game, because it's a rival, like that's just what I'll give a perfect example.
Pull up Howard and Hampton in. Since I put them, I'm just curious. I mean, I really am now. I didn't go off attendance. I just went off of the real HU that I hear between them. But I am curious. I didn't even look up attendance between the two schools from last year's game.
All right, let me see.
And we both know they got Class 2A stadiums, 1A stadiums.
They do, especially Howard. Howard got a high school stadium if I ever seen one. It is definitely Maryland-ish, I'll tell you that. Let me see. Yeah, you ain't gonna get that many at Howard. You probably gonna get about 8,000. 16,000.
It's pretty good.
16,000. You know what I'm saying? So
that's pretty good.
You get what I'm saying? So I don't know. Is basketball is lit, football not so much. So no, at 36, they can't feel it. It's close to 20K. We play them at home.
Tell me not so much, and 16,000 people showed up in these little bitty stadiums.
How you gonna tell me it's 20K and ESPN telling me? So you tell me ESPN off by 10,000? Like, I would give it to you if it was like 17, 16. Okay, you missed it. They're off by 10,000.
They pulling that Jackson State 68,000. Ain't that 68,000? How many people they say in that state?
60,000 in unison, but you got a whole section full of broken bleachers. How that make sense? Got a whole section covered up with a tarp, but you got 60,000 in there. Right.
Picture 16,000 people at Howard Stadium.
Hey, that's a lot of people.
That's rocking.
Let me see. Is that Audi Field? Is Audi Field their stadium? Let me see.
I don't even know what their stadium. I'm just saying Howard, whatever stadium they played, I don't know. It's in DC, wherever they was at.
Yeah, that's not their stadium. Yeah.
But they played at a soccer stadium?
It's a soccer stadium.
Well, hey, 16,000 showed up. That was better than 10.
Yeah. What is the Fountain City Classic?
Is that like Fort Valley versus Albany, if I'm not mistaken?
Let me see.
I want to say that's Fort Valley State versus Albany State, and I may be wrong, but I think off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's let me see. Fort Valley versus Albany. Let me see.
Okay, I thought so.
Let me see. Fort Valley versus Albany 2023 football.
That game was probably big. It probably was a high attendance.
13-7. Let me see. Oh, they don't have the attendance. Guess probably because it's D2. Yeah, they don't have the attendance for this. Yeah, they don't have the attendance for it, so I can't tell you what it was. That's convenient. Let me see for it. Let me see. They said it was 45,000. I don't listen. Of course, let me see. I mean, if I'm a promoter, of course I'm gonna say 45,000. Come on, man. Like that. Like, if I'm a Perry, if you put on an event and you do a press release, we gonna put whatever number you think it's gonna make sense. Like, even if it was 40,000, I'm gonna put 45 just to fluff up the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Fluff. If it was 35, I'm gonna put
45. Yeah, fluff up the numbers, man. I want some official attendance. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you got 45. What we talking 45?
The Fountain City Classic.
45,000 people showed up?
That's what they said on the press release.
Whose stadium was it in?
Let me see.
We need to get them to the SWAC if who got a stadium like that?
Let me see. Smash said he went. I'm trying to see what stadium it's in though. AJ McCung Memorial Stadium in Uptown Columbus, Georgia. Let me see how many this can hold. Because this is how you know. So if the stadium don't hold 45.
Can you Google map the stadium?
I'm about to. Dog.
45,000. I guess you can say because.
Nah, they lying, Perry. They lying, Perry.
Tuskegee be lying about their homecoming attendance?
They lying, bro. Look at this. Right here. 15,000. So you telling me it's sit 15?
Go to images. Let's see the stadium in images. That's a lot of people.
Hold on, let me see. Here we go.
That stadium ain't holding no 45,000.
Oh boy,
well, I can see, with the end zone and just people around. No, they probably packed in there, but you packed in there. I mean,
come on, 45, and the official thing says it's whole 15.
That was the fire. The fire marshal should have shut it down. You shut that down as the fire marshal, man. Look, this is a hazard.
Oh, goddamn. Dog, come on, man. Ninjas just be lying. You see what I'm saying?
This may be a case for when Captain Campbell come off administrative leave. We may have to put him on one of these reports.
You got to double back. 45,000.
Yeah.
No, in the stadium. Listen, man. See, okay, now we getting in black people math. This is how we getting black people math, because a lot of Bama's don't even go to the game. They just be outside. We talking about in the stadium.
You think you can find any pictures from last year? To type in Fort Valley versus Albany or Fountain City Classic. If they posted that, it got to be some pictures for the news. That makes news. That's the newspaper, the local news. Somebody got to have video or picture of this.
Smash Price. I got the bands. I video the band. Let me see. I'm not seeing it in the pictures. Let me see.
Yeah, you might have to type in Fountain City Classic 2023.
Yeah, I did, and I'm not. I got pictures, but not of the crowd. Just like of the football team, the band, of course.
Yeah, nobody disregards taking a picture of 45,000 people. That's a spectacle when you get that. You take that simply for the photo op.
Yeah, it's not in here.
Yeah. A drone shot, a corner shot in the state. That is a wow moment when you say you got 45,000 people in that type of state.
I'm going to try to find it on YouTube, see if somebody did like a video or something. Let me see. Fountain City Classic 2023. Okay, here we go. Harry.
What?
Dog.
What you come across?
Dog, look at this, bro.
What is this?
That is not 45,000 people.
We got to see the end zone. We got to do a real investigation. It's pretty packed.
No, it's packed. It ain't 45K packed.
Yeah. Good job, Fort Valley and Albany State. I mean,
yeah, that's packed though. I ain't gonna lie to you. That is packed though.
They in there.
They in there. They really in there though, for real.
Don't be listening to folks. And there's somebody in the comments saying 45, they trolling.
But it's 15 in there though.
Hey, they in there.
They in there though. Listen, they in there.
Sitting behind that damn tent though. Shit.
They in there. For real. They are.
No, they in there.
Let me see if we can find it in the.
Yeah, that's somebody trolling us, man. Don't let nobody troll us, man. It was packed nonetheless. They just got too excited and got to typing anything.
This might be.
Yeah, ain't nobody sitting in their grass over there. Go back.
So come on.
45K, are you in that grass?
Yeah, come on, Pete.
I seen Alabama State Stadium when that's an overflow. They in that hill on that grass.
Same thing with Alcorn. Alcorn, they be all up and through the grass, and you know it's cut at Alcorn, so they all up and through that joker. There ain't no 45K.
No, that 45, you would see that. You wouldn't even see grass over there. You see niggas.
No, come on, man. See, you get boy, black people math is different.
Yeah.
Now they packed though.
Yeah, they in there though. No, hey, we ain't negating the fact that y'all in there now. Hey,
yeah, that's
somebody was just trolling us, man.
Hey, how you go? You like, hey, they 20. Nah, it ain't 20s though.
It's more people than PV. I know that much. What you laughing at? Where is he laughing at? He wasn't ready for that one. What you laughing about? Damn. That one got him, folks. That one got him, folks.
Oh, Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Lord. That's funny. He said that Jake.
Man, no colored seats got you thinking there's people sitting in them. Them colored folks sitting in them seats. That's what that is.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that was funny, P. He said more people than PV.
Hey, they end up.
Yeah, they packed up in that. I wish they said the other side, though.
This may be a game I may have to put on the bucket.
That's the other side. That's the other side. The water.
I may have to put this on the bucket list one year.
Here we go. Panning. Still ain't nobody on that grass either, P.
No, that sideline's supposed to be shit. It's supposed to be eight.
Look. Hold on, right? Ain't nobody over there.
No.
All that empty.
Even the sideline when it's 45, that sideline crazy.
Yeah.
Man, let it go all the way. I want to see that crowd on the other side. Let that thing go.
Woo-wee.
God, dog, they in there.
Yeah, they in there. That's a strong 15.
And they turned. They feeling good. Hey, look at her. Yo. That's what my mama say. She love that HBCU shit. Hey. Hey, I like that. Yo, I like that. That's what it's all about. I don't care D2, D1. That's HBCU right there. Hey, that's that all. You like that right there, don't you? That pop. See, 45, they'll be on top of the press box up there. You just see heads on top of that press box.
Oh, man. Everybody like this.
You wouldn't even see them steps, man. But now I like this. I may have to check this out. This in Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
See, now they got
they over there.
They over there in that grass, though. I was about
there.
to say that. I was about to say that. They over there in that grass. Yeah, they over there in that grass, though. Right over that.
They in there.
Yeah. Not 45, but they in there.
No, but they in there. Okay.
They in there, though.
Scotty, we might have to put this on the to-do list.
Oh,
they over there.
Oh, they all up in this grass.
Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah.
We shed a little light on Fort Valley and Avenue.
Yeah.
Folks didn't know about this. Huh? I didn't know about it.
It ain't 45 though, but yeah. See what I'm saying? That black people math.
I rock with it.
Yeah.
I like that game. It's got to be televised on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, something. I may watch this game this year.
Check that out.
Is it always in Columbus, people? I'm just speaking because I don't know. I've heard of it, so I can relate teams to it, but I don't know the essence of it. Is it always in this stadium each and every year? Does it rotate to different places, or is this the main spot for it? Because if it is, man, I've never been to Columbus, Georgia. This will give me a reason to maybe check that out.
I think he said, yeah. I guess it's there every year.
Yeah, nice stuff. I like that. That's HBCU right there.
They have a whole week of events. Guest is always there. All right, shout out
Classic. All right. Hey, we may have to look at that. We may have to include that on our weekly picks when it come around, Scotty.
Yeah, that Fountain City Classic with 15,000.
We're gonna make sure we check the attendance this year.
I'm counting the tickets.
One. You're doing an audit, huh?
Yeah. One, 2.5.
Oh, they counting the band too. Okay.
Come on, man.
All right.
So you make sure y'all make sure this on the up and up. Cause y'all be pencil whipping some stuff. All right. All right, let's get into these rankings. Ooh, top 5, baby. Top 5. Who the top 5? Top 5. Hey, top 5. Listen, man, my graphics be hitting. I ain't even gonna hold you. Listen, it took me like 45 minutes to make this work, but I was like, oh, that's just hot. That's fire. That's fire. All right. Hey, here you go. Break it down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my top 5 coming into the season. And listen, it's just preseason. This is going to balance itself out. The universe typically finds a way to get it right by the time we at the end of the year. But just to start it out, just from me looking at from the outside, from the crystal ball that I have right now, this is what I see to start off as we come into week 0 and then move into week 1. I'm going to go with Alcorn State at number 5. Alcorn State went 7-4, 6-2 in conference play last year. They were 4-1 at home in Lorman, Mississippi, and 3-3 on the road. Alcorn, best win on the season last year was 23-20 over Alabama State. Their worst loss, of course, had to be the game that kept them out of the SWAC championship game, and that's a 10-44 loss on the road in Houston, Texas, to Texas Southern. They were 3-1 versus teams above 500 and 4-3 versus teams below 500. They finished the season at 4-1 in their last 5 games. That's Alcorn at number 5. When I go to number 4, I'm going to go to Florida A&M. Florida A&M finished the season 12-1, 8-0. They were 5-0 at home, currently hold the longest win streak in black college football at home and one of the longest in the nation, period, over there at home in Bragg Memorial Stadium. They were 5-0 at home, 4 away on the road. They won 30-26 over Howard, which I thought was their best win in the Celebration Bowl, which crowned them black college national champions. And they had a 24-38 loss to South Florida, which was their one worst loss and only loss. They were 7-1 versus team above 500 and 5-0 versus teams below 500. They finished the season on an 11-game win streak. I'm curious to see. The reason I dropped them to number 4, Willie Simmons not there. I believe they have the talent, but Willie Simmons is not there. I still believe they are a top 5 program right now until they show me different this weekend versus Norfolk State. Let's go to number 3. North Carolina Central finished the season last year at 9-3, 4-1 in conference play. 5-0 at home last year. Defended home turf very well, 3-3 away. They won 34-23 versus Elon last year, which to me was their best win on the season. And one of those wins that Coach Trey Oliver likes to brag about who else is doing this against the PWIs. They did it last year. Their worst loss, of course, had to be against Howard, who eventually won the Meac 20-50. North Carolina Central, I thought, was their worst loss. Guess what? They were 1-3, Scotty, versus teams above 500 last year. 1-3, but they were 8-0 versus teams below 500. They finished the season 3-2 in their last 5 games last year in 2023. I go to Alabama State, the number 2 team in my ranking coming into the season. Bama State finished the season 7-4. 5-3 in conference play. They went 3-2 at home, 2-2 away. They was 24, had a 24-19 victory on the road at Jackson State's homecoming. I thought that was their best win of the season considering what happened last year. I would like that. 17-21 lost to Miles. May we never forget that.
May we never
forget that they lost to Miles College last year. And to me, that was their worst loss. They were 3-4 versus teams above 500 and 4-0 versus teams below 500. Alabama State finished the season in their last 5 games 4-1, which you have to look at coming into this season as one of the reasons why I got them at the number 2 spot. And then Howard University for me at the number 1 spot. They finished the season 6-6. 4-1 in conference play. They were 4-1 at home, 4-0 at home as well, 2-4 away. They had that 50-20 victory over North Carolina Central, which I thought was their best victory on the season. But they had a tough loss at Harvard, 70-48, which I thought was their worst loss on the season. Howard also was 1-3 versus teams above 500, and they finished the season 5-3 versus teams below 500. Howard finished the season 3-2 in their last 5 games, and because they played in the Celebration Bowl last year, and because they returned a lot of starters, and they also have the preseason MEAC and offensive and defensive player of the year, I think Howard just playing in that championship and the team that they ultimately became as the season began to go on, I have them at the number 1 spot.
All right, listen, just to give a quick synopsis, okay? Let me go back. This is not a ranking on coaches. It is a ranking on teams. the reason I had to do it like this is because all you guys, 90% of you guys in social media teams don't have pictures of your star players. So I couldn't put the players up here. You have horrible logo pictures. It's not like you got helmets with your logo picture, like really nice helmets or whatever, graphics like that. So that's why I had to go with coaches, because they're the ones that got all the pictures. So I just want to be very clear. So tell your SIDs, your communication departments, step their game up and take some freaking pictures. All right. So I just want to make that very clear. Now, once again,
boy, you be up out of there, don't you, when you get your shot?
Listen,
you don't want nobody to come back on you and say nothing.
No, and not until I pick my team on the 22nd. Not until I pick my team on the 22nd, then you'll know how the rest of this list plays out. I have Morgan State at number 5. I have PV at number 6. They were a bubble team for me, right? Like PV and Morgan were bubble teams for me because, yes, you could say PV deserves to be in the top 5, but I do account you don't have a quarterback. I don't care what you're talking about. You don't have a quarterback. So until I figure out what that quarterback look like, you're not in. Well, at least see, people smart. People smart, right? So you don't know what that situation looks like. Morgan State does not have a quarterback. That's why they're both on that 5-6 bubble for me, right? But I trust Morgan State's defense more than I trust PV's. So that's why they made the jump for me over that. And Morgan State had better wins, even though the record wasn't better. They had better wins on. So anyway, Alcorn, listen, once again, quarterback, very shaky. People are going to say Draco Mako. I don't know if he's the guy. I know he's a guy. I don't know if he's going to be the guy, right? You had Felix Harper. You had Aaron Allen. He came in and did his thing when he was given an opportunity. You had Norius Footman and all those. They've always had a recycling of quarterbacks that come in and been the guy. I don't know if Draco Mako is the guy, okay? So, but defensively, solid. A lot of players returning, led by Malachi Bailey. Like, they are going to be stout on the defensive end, and I absolutely love that they kept their coach on staff to end up being their head coach for the team. And listen, the new OC that they have came from UAPB with Cedric. And I'm telling you, that fast-paced offense is going to be a problem. And it's a two-sided coin. If you're not getting first downs, it's pointless. And I said the same thing when Dooley got the PV and J Max was talking about, oh, we going to be doing this and tempo that. I said the shit don't work if you don't get first downs. It don't. All that high-speed tempo stuff, it means nothing if you're not getting first downs, right? So it's the same thing with Alcorn. Their new OC, his name always slips me. I know people in the chat gonna probably tell me, but his name always that high, fast tempo offense. It works when it's working. When it ain't working, your defense better get to working. Okay, so it's one or the other. NCCU got to be top 3. Great season last year. Once again, quarterback situation. I like Walker Harris. I think he's a solid guy. Gales, thank you so much. Jermaine Gales, thank you guys. All right. I like Walker Harris. I think if Walker Harris was in the SWAC, he's a top 5 quarterback off rip. Not even easy. Blindfolded, I can tell you that. And I think him being with Trey Oliver for the time he's been with them, been with the same OC for the last 2 years. They know this guy, right? Trey Oliver is an offensive-minded guy. I mean, he's kind of defensive, but he's still offensive too as well. But, they got a great OC over there at NCCU. I think that's going to be a great fit for them. So I think that's why they're number 3. And number 1 and number 2, you'll find out on August 22nd. Not December 22nd, August 22nd. So we'll figure out how that works as well.
Would it be crazy if it started with them in Miami and it ended with them? And,
that would be.
With North Carolina Central and Alabama State and Miami, and ended with
that would be dope. That would be dope.
Yeah,
that would be dope. You started the season off Meac Swac Challenge, and now you're in the Celebration Bowl
with the Orange Blossom.
I'm sorry, the Orange Blossom Classic, and then you started off with yeah. We know Norfolk's not making that far, so
And that's a matchup that, I mean, and for me, that's going to be a top 5 matchup. Bama State, for my ranking, a top 5 matchup for me. I just think when you look at the hype that people have put to Bama State, and we're going to find out quick, fast, and hurry about Andrew Biden. We really are. And we're going to find out quick, fast, and hurry of what North Carolina Central looks like now that their star player, Davius Rich, is out the way. I'm really looking forward to that game. I really am. And I think that's one. I was not excited, Scotty, when they initially announced. I'm like, North Carolina Central versus Alabama State. But now I've had time.
It's a great game. I don't like where it's located.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Yeah.
The thing that messes up the whole flow with the Orange Blossom Classic is you're asking non-Floridians to go all the way down to Miami, which is not cheap, to be a part of a game and then go back to wherever they go. Like, well, that stuff is real. Jackson State people travel, and you had Dion. So it was just a natural, and it was, FAMU just got into the SWAC. It was so many storylines around the game, and the first one was so good. I mean, it was so
7-6.
good. Dog, I was in there, okay? I was there for the first one, and so the first one led to the second one because it's like a Rocky 2. You know what I'm saying? It was really good, and then they got blown out. So you're like, damn. So now the Orange Blossom Classic had to revamp because of OBG doing former AD, right? So now Orange Blossom had to revamp, and now the other teams are revamping. But the Orange Blossom Classic could not ask for a better matchup, though. You know what I'm saying? Like the #1 rated NCC, like you can't ask for nothing better than that. The #1 Meac team versus the #1 SWAC team. You're better than the Meac Swac Challenge. If we're being honest,
really, it is.
It's a better version of Meac Swac Challenge at this point. Now, what I would have liked to see is more of the big blue bloods down there, right? Tennessee State, NCAT. Like I would have liked to see like big brands. Like, I would love to see FAMU and NCAT at the OBC. That would have been that's dope. You know what I'm saying? FAMU and Tennessee State. That's dope. Like those are the kind of matchups that I would have loved to see, and I think that would really turn it out because you got Floridians just flooding in there, and then you got the big brands of Tennessee State, or I think NCAT travels better than Tennessee State would, but you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. But what you got, P?
Still no games in Birmingham. Nobody has seemed to take that up yet.
Yeah,
nobody's taking that offer, have they?
No.
Thought somebody would have took that offer by now.
Yeah. So that's tough.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I like people that do that. Here we go.
Here we go. All right. Meac Swac Challenge. Behold. All right. We are talking Meac Swac Challenge. It is going down. Football is officially back. Week 0 is in full effect. This game is going down this weekend. All right. Now, breaking news in the situation. Norfolk State names Jalen Daniels, their starting quarterback. Jalen Daniels came, not to be confused with Jalen Daniels from the Redskins, not him, or
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. Okay, Jaden Daniels. Jalen, Jaden. Anyway.
JDs.
You know what I'm saying? Transfer from Garden City Community College. Had over 1,200 passing yards, 9 touchdowns. Started his career as a 3-star quarterback coming out and went to South Carolina, the Gamecocks. All right. Michelle Saul says Garden City's transfer Jalen Daniels has been named Norfolk State starting QB. Head coach Dawson Autumns announced Sunday incumbent starter Otto Coons will miss the first 4 games of the year due to an NCAA ruling. You spoke to Coach Odoms. P, can you tell us, a little bit about the situation?
Coach Odom said, man, this guy is as advertised. He's a big guy, 6'5", 200+ pounds. So you can't miss him out there on the football field. And I think now that he gets the opportunity on the national stage in game 1, you look at the guy that was suspended, Coons. Hey, he was preseason All-Meac quarterback. And so, a lot of people was looking back at his mobility as a runner, and he struggled with the passing game. But you bring this guy in 6'5", 200+ pounds. Sound like he's going to be hard to take down, but then guess what? It's the first game jitter. So when I talked to Dawson Odoms, Coach Odoms told me this guy is as good as advertised, and a lot of people are going to find out who he is this weekend. And I'm curious to see, because I am excited to see this big kid back there taking the snaps and see what can he do when his lights, camera, action.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest, and we'll break it more into the keys of the game. It all depends on his style of play. And I'm going to try to find some games to break it down this week. Hopefully I can get that up by Wednesday or Thursday before the game, so you guys can kind of see a little bit of Jalen Daniels and what he's bringing to the team. But let's get into the keys of the game. I need some keys.
You got to get a key sound effect.
Yeah, like.
Yeah.
All right, keys to the game. All right, keys to the game. All right, Perry. Norfolk wins if
they can win the turnover battle. Once again, when you got a new quarterback coming into the system, right? Get named the week of in a quarterback battle that they've had, but now the whole world is looking at Jalen Daniels in this situation. Norfolk will have to limit the turnovers and be on the good side of the turnover battle. If they do that, that's a key to the game to help them. You don't want an offense that goes in, throwing interceptions, fumbling, find yourself on the back end, helping Florida A&M out. And last but not least for me, for Norfolk State, playing 4 complete quarters. We saw last year how many games they lost where? In the fourth quarter. In the last seconds of the game. Norfolk State has to play 4 complete quarters. And why I like them in this and why I say they have to do that, talking to Coach Dawson Odoms, those were freshmen and sophomores as he's beginning to build a culture in the program. Those guys have experience now. Now those guys have to be able to finish games and know what it means to finish game, because hey, the amount of heartbreaks that they had last year at the end of the game, that has to resonate with this team to know through experience we don't want to have that anymore. So they have to play 4 complete quarters. Those are the keys of the game for Norfolk.
For me, it's don't allow the big plays. Yeah, Norfolk winning. Yeah. You don't allow the big plays from FAMU, right? Because what you cannot allow is a new offensive coordinator, a new quarterback to get comfortable, and they don't have to. You want to make them snap the ball as many times as possible, because a mistake can be made. What you do not want to get from FAMU is the 40, the 50, the 60-yard long plays, or the 30 or 40-yard gains that make it easy for them to get into a rhythm or makes it easy for them to score. You want to make it hard as possible, and you want the frustration to come out in the offense of them not getting on sync and not being in sync. And also control the ball. We know Dawson Odom loves to run the football. Control the time of possession. Give FAMU less time. See, this is the key. You have a new offensive coordinator, a new quarterback. You want them to get antsy. You want that guy to feel like, I got to do something, because you score. It took you 7-8 minutes for a drive, 10 minutes for a drive. They get the ball back. He messes up. Hey, that clock just keeps ticking. That clock just keeps rolling and ticking. So make sure you control the ball and don't allow the big plays from FAMU in this game. All right. Perry, FAMU wins if.
I think FAMU's O-line have to be dominant in this game. Give their quarterback an opportunity in the pocket and make plays, because it's going to be shaky for them on that quarterback side, right? They may play 1-2 quarterbacks. We don't know, but that O-line is going to have to give that quarterback an opportunity to be comfortable, step up, and make the throws that he needs to make, because we've seen in the past when FAMU's quarterback make those throws with those skill position wide receivers, they are playmakers. And so for me, they have to dominate up front on the O-line, as well as give the running backs an opportunity to control the game, because you don't want to go 3 and out throwing the ball all over the place. You want to have a balanced offense against this Norfolk State team, and it starts for me with the offensive line. So they have to dominate in this game. And for FAMU on the other side of the ball defensively, get after the quarterback. This is a guy finna take his first collegiate start on the Division I level on this part right here. Big lights, bright lights, everybody's watching. Get after him. Cause some disruptions. Force him to be with that big 6'5", 200+ pound frame. Force him to be uncomfortable. If FAMU can do that, I think FAMU can have a good day by forcing him to be uncomfortable, because it seemed like it may all begin and end with him at the quarterback position.
All right. FAMU wins for me is, listen, defense first. Defense travels, okay? It's see ball, go get ball. You're led by, you know, a preseason all-SWAC player. You're led by preseason all-Americans, right? Go be great. Defense travels. Your defense, Kendall Bowler, Deco Wilson, those guys got to show up and be great, right? They got to set the standard of what FAMU's defense is, because Coach Cozy is a DB coach. He is a former DB coach. Your defense got to be locked, steady, and ready to go when it goes up to Atlanta. Now, like carry on OC, and what I mean by this, like carry on, like you can't pack everything on the plane, right? So you can't put everything on the offense. The offense is not ready yet. There is no Willie Simmons to bail you out of a jam. There is no, Musa in the second year who understands the offense. There isn't, Marcus Riley and all these high-flying players. Listen, it's different, all right? So they're not going to be a steady engine. It's like a 1975. We gotta prime that thing. Okay, you gotta pump it a little. You gotta hit the pedal a couple times before it gets going. So the defense has to carry its burden to when the offense gets ready to go, that they're not 21 points down or 14 points down, and now they're in a shootout. That's what you don't want. You want that grinded out 3-3, 7-3. Right? You want to be in that 7-10. That's where you want it. The defense needs to keep it like that so the OC can get comfortable in the game. The offense can get comfortable in the game. And come to find out, the QB1 for this game for FAMU will be Daniel Richardson from FAU. That was announced today on Twitter. I'm bringing that up right now. Airdrop.
He's a pretty big kid himself as well.
I think he's like 6 foot.
Well, I'm saying, but he has like.
Oh yeah, he's 30. Yeah, definitely.
He's tough to bring down, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, let me get this up. So this was announced today. QB1 will be Daniel Richardson. Now, let me say this. I think this game should be okay. Let me break this down. I know people ain't gonna agree with me, but I'm not as high on this game as everybody else is. I think this is a great scrimmage game for FAMU. And this is what I mean. And I'm going to be very clear when I'm saying this, because SWAC teams, this is what SWAC teams do. When it's your team and you're playing an out-of-conference game that doesn't matter and you lose, what's the first thing they say? It wasn't a conference game. That's all y'all care about. Oh, it wasn't a conference game. Because I remember somebody on this exact channel who I'm hosting with, his team lost 2 out-of-conference games that were SWAC teams, and he didn't care because they weren't conference games.
This ain't about me right now.
I'm just saying.
Don't use me as an example. Use somebody else.
All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, FAMUans, it is not all hands on deck if you lose this game. It is not all hands on deck if you see multiple quarterbacks being played in this game, because you could use this game as a glorified scrimmage. Understand, this is not Willie Simmons. Understand, they are trying to find who they are under Coach Cozy. I am not giving an excuse for FAMU to lose. I'm not. But what I am saying is this. If you should happen to lose, it is not all hands on deck. It is not, oh, worries me. It is, hey, we are trying to get this thing right. We're trying to figure it out as we go. So that's all I'm saying. Now, if it looks bad, it looks bad. If it look bad, it look bad. I can't hold you.
It looks pretty strong, man. He looked pretty strong right there.
So, but I want to be very clear on that this game, and I'm just gonna say I feel that about a lot of games that are out of conference games for certain teams and for certain players, but we'll leave it at that. All right, here we go. Final score. All right. Barry runs it back again with this dark horse that was dark last year. I'm talking about couldn't see it midnight.
But there was a glimmer of hope, because the amount of games that they lost, when I talk about those 4 quarters and a young team that had to learn how to close it out, and you hope in the offseason and in the spring that this team worked together and you start to see those players mature through the experience that they had last year. For me, This matchup is a great matchup for both teams to start the season. You look at, first of all, Norfolk State in this ball game returns the most starters of any team in the MEAC. So the experience that you're going to see on the field in this ball game for Norfolk State is going to matter. Cannot be ignored, and considering the experience of what they played last year. 13 players on this Norfolk team are preseason all conference. Let's not ignore that and overlook that as well. They have an all MEAC DB and an all-American linebacker. And for me, last year, when you look at Norfolk State's defense, they ranked second in the MEAC in pass defense. So when you come over to this year and you're looking at what Florida A&M wants to do, and in my opinion, replicate what they did last year, been able to pass the ball. They're passing team first and they run team second. If you bring it in return from last year with these experienced guys with a defense that ranks second in pass defense, for me, that puts them in a position. Offensively, for Norfolk State last year, they averaged 24 points a game, which put me right here at this 24 for this year. Their defense gave up an average of 29 points a game. But this not the same FAMU offense with Willie Simmons. This offense last year for FAMU averaged 30 points a game, and their defense gave up 15 points a game. And for me, I think this is going to be a seesaw back and forth, and I think a field goal is going to win it at whatever point that field goal is kicked. But I think Norfolk State gets it done 24-21 for me.
I think FAMU could put 3 quarterbacks in the game, and they're just the better team. It's just flat. There's no reason. I really want it. The only thing about this game is I don't think it's going to be it'll be high scoring if the defense gets turnovers. If the defense does not get turnovers, I think this game could be 21-10, 21-7, because I do think that defense is legit. I do think that back end is legit, and I don't think there's anything that Norfolk State is bringing that is going to scare FAMU. Maybe the running. I know that running back is pretty good at Norfolk State, but we don't know what Jalen Daniels looks like, right? So, but I got FAMU winning this. I think it's going to be a slugfest in the beginning, and I think FAMU finds its legs in the second half of who they are, what they're trying to be, what works, and then they pull away at the end. I'm curious to see what Daniel Richardson looks like. I've watched film on him. And I'm going to just be honest. I think he's like, if Musa was a B-, he's like a B+. Like, he's not head and shoulders better than Musa. They're kind of the same player. The only thing with Daniel is he's mobile. It's the only difference to me is he mobile, right? And when the pocket gets pushed into him in his face, he isn't as skittish as Musa is. That Musa was. So, but I think Daniel Richardson is a solid QB. I think he's going to get the job done. I would have loved to see Naratovic. I think he deserved that opportunity. He has stayed with FAMU for way too long, and for him to get overlooked, I really feel bad for him. So it is what it is. So that is our thing. That is our choices. That's our picks. That has been the show. Call lines. Let me open these call lines up real quick.
Seemed like that crime report was forever ago, doesn't it?
Yeah. We've been on it. Let me see. All right, let me open this up.
You are the only participant in the conference.
Perry, did you hear that?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right. Call lines are open 518-263-8124. 518-263-8124. You can talk about anything you want to talk about.
Big game this weekend, the Meac Swac Challenge. It's huge.
All participants are muted.
Yeah.
We've seen the Meac dominate this game over the years, right? Just go in and find ways to beat the Swac, but can the Swac keep it going this year? Can they keep it going? And I think this is a good one. And it's one team on one side is Norfolk who has to get on the right track. And this is the perfect game to try to get on the right track. Now with Dawson Odoms and coming into his 4th year with a team with the experience, they have to get on track. You figure this just has to be it. Then you look on the other side and you look at James Cozy and you look at FAMU. Can they keep this going? And listen, last time these teams played, was in 2019. FAMU won the game 30-28. The last time Norfolk beat FAMU was in 2017, and they won that game 35-28. So these teams, every time they played it, it's been right there neck and neck of both teams going back and forward.
Somebody just sent me a picture, said Daniel Richardson is the shortest quarterback in the room, and he sent me a picture. This Bama is short. Let me take this call real quick. FAMU KJ, coming to you. Hold on. What's up, FAMU?
All right, what's up, Scotty?
What's going on, man? Talk to us.
All right, what's going on, man? All right, so check this out. The things I'm looking for as far as for Cozy, one of the things I've been hearing and what I'm seeing from him, and this is one of the things that I will say with Willie, we were undisciplined, man. So I'm looking for us to look at the penalties. We led the SWAC almost every year in penalty yards. So I want to see us cut down on the penalties. Another thing is that people still don't realize how we beat teams. And I know I heard you and Perry talk about offense and defense. However, the secret to us has always been our special teams. So we can beat you a lot of times with good defense, special teams, and that's what I'm looking for us to do this game. I think the offense needs to be kind of vanilla based on a lot of the teams are going to be scouting. It's on national TV, so you want to try to play good, solid defense, good special teams, run the ball, don't show too much, and let your offensive line dominate. I will say that for Richardson, I mean, I've seen highlights of him, but I kind of figured that whenever you bring a grad transfer in like that, that's pretty much saying to the incumbent that you don't really, have that kind of trust in him. So, but who knows? You always have to stay ready, and like I say, Maritovich can be ready to go from there. But this is the ingredients that I have to say that we can win. Get back to the Celebration Bowl. 5-0 at home. Okay, the stretch in October that we'll have Alabama A&M, Alabama State, Jackson State. Get 2 out of the 3. Okay, I'm not saying we'll win all 3, but 2 out of the 3. I don't think the Southern game at home will be that much, but we already said we're going to be 5-0 at home. And then the game to me that we got to go 3-0 against the West teams, but the game to me that kind of has me leery a little bit is the PV game. And that's the one that can throw a monkey wrench into everything. If we do everything else and we get to PV, that's the one that because I know they're going to be up for us. I just hope that we can still be ready to roll. But if we can just do that, 5-0 at home, get 2 out of 3 during that stretch in October, and then 3-0 against the teams of the West, we'll be back in Atlanta.
I want to say something before you go, FAMU KJ. I appreciate the call. The thing for me, I 100% agree with you. I've been told you guys got a kicker from Florida State that is better than the all SWAC kicker that you already got on your roster. Like Alabama's kicking 60-yard field goals like it's nothing. So, but FAMU is that's never been your issue. That's always been your strong, like, you guys have always believed in special teams, having great punters, having great kickers, and it always comes down, in the SWAC especially, it comes down to kick. So I definitely agree that special teams is going to be a huge asset that people don't really think about until it comes up.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly. All right, bro.
I appreciate the call. All right, no problem.
All right.
So listen, it's not bad stats for a 5'10" guy. Okay, 5'10", completion percentage over 60, passing. Listen, if we're being honest, he had more. He got more experience than Musa did when he came to FAMU. But let me explain people when they try to describe Musa, right? And this is why I think they went with Daniel. Daniel's mobility is always going to be a deciding factor in the SWAC. Mobile quarterbacks always have, unless you can't throw. Now, if you can't throw, if you Bashawn McCray, I don't give a damn how fast you are. If you can't throw, you can't throw, right? But if you're mobile and you have a decent arm to a pretty good arm, you're going to be nasty in the SWAC because of just the mobility, of just the being able to create plays and to extend plays and do all those type of things. It's a benefit. And when things aren't opening up necessarily, the ability to take off and run and pick up a first down is huge, right? So these aren't bad stats. What's that? That's like a 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio in the FBS.
And you got to think how hard it had to be for him to see over them FBS offensive linemen. That's another level. Those guys are huge on that level, man, for him to have to see over that old line.
You know what I'm saying? You know, over the Black Doug Flutie out here. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make it happen. So, but
is he a sit in the pocket guys, or he is a rollout guy? What is he?
When I watched him at FAU, he was in the pocket.
Okay.
He moved every now and again, but he was in the pocket. Like he can do it all. He can throw it from the pocket, and to me, that's why I gave him a B+, right? Because the mobility aspect of him is better than Musa. Musa wasn't running. If you did an RPO with Musa, why are you even worried about the quarterback pulling it? Because it ain't happening, right? So it's
Musa's best friend was his tight end.
Dog.
If he didn't want to run, he dumped it straight off to the tight end.
And the thing about Musa as well, and I'm gonna keep saying this, and I think people understand, is, and I said it for the championship game. I said it's the partnership of Musa and Willie that was such a dynamic. Like, if you put Musa in any other team, Musa is not good. I want to be very clear. He's not bad, but he's not SWAC player of the year. You put him on Jackson, he's not SWAC player of the year. You put him on Alabama State, he's not SWAC player of the year. I want to be very clear what I'm saying. Willie drew it up so well that all he needed was a guy to throw it. And when you're that great as a play caller, you make it easy for the quarterback. Go watch the championship game. There was plays where Musa, all he had to do was just get it to the individual. It's just him and Jesus. So it just is what it is. That's what happens when you're a great offensive-minded guy. And Musa benefited greatly from it. All right. 9868 coming to you. Hey, calling you live.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Cal? Talk to me.
Hey, over under for a couple of quick people. Over under for Southern wins this year. Is that more than 5 or less than 5?
Let me pull up the schedule. I'm gonna pull up Perry. Pull up the schedule, Scotty.
Let the people see.
All right, let me see. All right, here we go. All right, let me zoom in. All right, here we go. All right, you got Southern. Jesus. All right, you got Southern versus McNeese. That's a loss. Savannah State versus Southern. That's a win. Southern versus Jackson. That's a loss. Southern versus Prairie View. That should be a loss. Nichols versus Southern. That's a loss. Southern versus Texas Southern. That's a win. Where am I at right now? So you got 2 wins. All right. Let me see. Southern. Okay. Alcorn versus Southern. That's a loss. Southern versus FAM. That's a loss. Southern versus A&M. That's a dub. BCU and Southern. That's a win because it's at home. Arkansas Pine Bluff. That's a win because it's at home. Grambling in the Bayou Classic. That's a toss-up. I'm not even picking that game. That game is. I'm not touching that game. It's so backwards. I don't even know. So I think I got what? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins. Ooh, 5 wins. And that's without picking the Bayou Classic though. So they're like right at that cusp of 6 and 5. But Perry, what you got?
Well, I'm gonna stay out of it because it ain't gonna work out no way for me. But don't you dare look like that. I just saw your preseason and
because I'm waiting to pick my team in 3 days.
Well, I'm waiting at the end of the season to see. How about that? But once again, they my surprise team. It's a surprise games up in here that they could win. Everything ain't just a for sure loss. There are some surprise games that they can pick up. So I'm not gonna give a 5 or 6 or over and under. That's why they my surprise team. I think there are games along this schedule that Southern can surprise some people and get a victory. I'll leave it at that.
What you got, Cal?
Hey, they might surprise and get some losses too. That might surprise you. I mean, if I was a betting man, that over under probably right at 5.5 though.
Yeah,
that's
I think
6.
yeah, I think that's a great Vegas. That's a great Vegas line right there. That's a great Vegas line because I think they're right at that average. You know, they're going to be average, and which they look average. You know what I'm saying? And their coaching staff average. Like,
and that's why I say along the way as a surprise team, I didn't pick them as conference champion, Western Division champion. I just said along that way as you see this team under first year head coach Terrence Gray, there are going to be some surprises in there. Everybody right now, the way y'all talking, I think everybody feels it's a complete wash and count out for Southern for the outside world. So it would surprise you if you saw them pick up a win here and there against a team that right now you're looking at them possibly losing. That's simply why I got them as my surprise team. I don't think it's a complete wash like everybody feels, but there are some victories in there that'll turn your head and be like, I didn't see that one coming.
Well, I think there's another question there.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, here's the question I got. What's the temperature going to be if Graves lose to Jackson, lose to Fam, lose to PV, lose to Alcorn, and lose to Grambling?
Okay, so
what's the temperature going to be?
I won't give them the Bayou Classic one because that's really like that's such a toss-up game. Like I really won't even say Grambling or Southern at this point because they can both come in like 0-11 and be like, oh yeah, Bayou Classic. So nobody really cares at that point. But if they lose to all their rivals, like they lose to Fam, Jackson, Alcorn, you gotta fire Terrence Graves. Because what are we doing? You got to me, first of all, Roman Banks should have been gone. Let's just be very clear. To me, this is Roman Banks' job on the line. I want to be very clear. It's not just Terrence Graves. This is Roman Banks' job should be on the line. This was his hire. Just like Dooley was his hire, right? And to me, if Terrence Graves does what he does, the only person I'm making a 1-year change is I'm going to move Fred McNair over to head coach, and we're going to ride it out with Fred McNair. That's what I would do.
I think the tough part to look at this, I don't know the situation of Terrence Graves' contract. I mean, I have not seen it. I don't know the year. We're still paying Eric Dooley for the next 2 years.
Woo.
January 1st, Eric Dooley getting a deposit to his bank account for the next 2 years from Southern University or from a booster, whoever is paying it. So I don't know. We don't have the money to then keep paying Eric Dooley this year, next year, and then you said get rid of Terrence Graves and move on, and then paying Fred McNair the money. That's a lot of money being dished out. Then you're talking about getting rid of Roman Banks, is what you just said. Roman Banks just signed a new contract.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah,
I mean,
Southern just doing stupid stuff. I mean, that's just what it is.
We're just kind of in a position. This is what you call. We're just because of the investment right now. It's a holding pattern. So I think regardless of what happens with Terrence Graves this year, you don't have the money, the funds to be paying Eric Dooley for the next 2 years, then trying to pay a Terrence Graves, but I don't know the length of his contract. I have yet to see the details of the contract. So that's the only thing why I would say I don't know. Even if he loses those games, the buyout is just that's a lot of money you just shelling out to be paying 2 former coaches as well as then kicking up for a new coach.
My thing is this, right? This is the part where, because and Perry said it. This is what he said last year. He said Dooley was gone because the Southern fan base left. They just weren't. It was over. They weren't on board. The Jaguar Nation just wasn't riding. So to me, if you just came off Dooley, you didn't hire anybody that reinvigorated the base. That's what you didn't do. Because most people was like, why would you hire off a losing staff and put him into place? So if Terrence Graves then continues to lose, you're just losing more fans. You're just losing more and more excitement in the program. So why am I in a holding pattern of losing? That just doesn't make any sense to me, right? You were better off just making him an interim head coach until you found out who you really wanted. Make him a lame duck coach
and make them earn it. Like Southern and Roman Banks are so bad at what they do. The Bama wins one game at the Bayou Classic. Oh, he got to be our head coach. He's the only person in history who's been on the Grambling side as well as the Southern side and has won a game. But what they don't tell you is he was on both sorry-ass staffs that were kicked out before the game.
Let me ask you this. The same way that it's applied to Southern this year, James Colsey is from the staff. What happens if FAMU doesn't win 5 games this year? Is it?
Go ahead.
I'm just asking.
It's
a question. Does that then turn heads to say, man, we was just Black College national champions last year, and obviously the culture was supposed to be the same. All of these things were supposed to kind of keep the same. Does that then put him on the hot seat to talk about being fired?
Yeah,
I mean,
the second year, you can't fire James Colsey after 1 year because he came from a championship staff. That doesn't even I'm can't.
Just asking a question. That's the thing about it. Coming from a championship staff, and then you come back the next year and don't look like a championship team contending. If that does occur, does that then put him in that same situation?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you're at FAMU. They just came off a Black National Championship. You're on the hot seat. Yes, you're on the hot seat, but I would not get on here and say Colsey unless Colsey just looks horrible. Like FAMU just looks horrible. I would not come
FAMU in your top 5 right now. I don't have Southern in my top 5. If FAMU ends the season and is nowhere to be found on the winning side of things and competing, if Alabama A&M beats FAMU, then what? I mean, that's simple as that.
If Alabama, at the end of the day, once again, you're majoring in the minor. There's no possible way. I do not care if Colsey loses to A&M.
But you're going to have a new AD coming in.
You are not going to fire a championship coach on his first year. You fire a losing coach coming off a losing staff in his first year. That's what you do.
If a guy from the previous championship team comes in, still on the team, and takes it over, and they don't look like championship contenders in year 2, that does not raise red flags. And all I'm asking,
you're on the hot seat. You're not supposed to be fired.
You don't say, hey, we got to get rid of this guy because it clearly seems like he can't be championship coach.
Unless it just goes to shit in a handbasket, you do not fire Coach Colsey in his first year.
That's all I'm asking.
No, and I'm giving you that. But to me, what's worse in your situation is your guy is coming from a losing staff. He's on the team. And if you lose to all your rivals, why did we hire you in the first place?
Another coach, because I'm asking about these coaches. Eddie Robinson Jr. What happens if they don't live up to the expectations this year? Does that put him on the hot seat?
He's on the hot seat because you cannot be because he's been building. I got to give him that. I give him credit. He's been building, right? He's first year, first winning record. They come back. They're competing. You know what I'm saying? They don't beat FAMU, but they're competing. Now you get Andrew. Now you're ranked number 1. Now you have expectations. They're in the same boat as FAMU was. They're literally in the same boat Willie Simmons was his last year being at FAMU. You lose to the champ. That's the only real. You lose to the champ. And then you come back next year, you're reloaded. You got to go win it. There's no excuse. There is no Willie Simmons. There is no Deion Sanders. Connor Manor is ass. Like, what's the real competition? TC Taylor? FAMU and TC Taylor, you're really your only competition in the East. So
let's go to Jackson State. TC Taylor, what does he have to do this year to get the Jackson fans?
Hey, Cal, appreciate the call, Cal.
I mean, and I'm just going through because this is a good conversation. TC Taylor, like last year, once again, a coach from a championship team, the same way you see with FAMU's in a position, and then you have him take over.
Not the same.
You don't make it to the championship, right? But you still compete very heavily amongst the SWAC teams. What happens with TC Taylor this year?
Not the same. Come on, Perry.
I'm asking questions.
But it's not the same, Perry.
That's the guy that coached on a championship team.
It's not the same, Perry. It's not even close to what Colsey at least had carryover players.
TC lost everybody.
I get that. I'm asking now. I'm just asking questions about coaches and performance now. I'm not trying to base everybody off the same rap sheet. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is these coaches, because the coaches that we're naming, their fan bases have expectations this year. Regardless of wherever Southern is, Southern's fan base has expectations, right? No doubt about it. It's the reason it's the Jaguar Nation. FAMU, Rattler Nation has expectations this year. Alabama State fans truly have expectations this year. And of course, Jackson State fans have expectations. These teams that are typically take football a lot more serious than you see a lot of other teams, if they come into this year, and I'm asking now as we move to TC Taylor, if TC Taylor and Jackson State are not in that position saying, hey, why weren't we competing for a chance? Why weren't we at least one or two? What position does that put TC Taylor in year 2 at Jackson State amongst the fan base?
I'll say this. If they have an easier schedule, this year than they did last year. So to me, if you have anything less than 7 wins is a travesty. I'm just keeping a buck with you. So if TC Taylor doesn't have 7 or more wins this year, it's a travesty. Point blank period. His schedule is super easy, right? So I can understand if Jackson State fans are upset that we don't have 8 or 9 wins or whatever. I can get that. I would not be upset. If I'm a Jackson State fan, I cannot be mad if the only team we lose to are the 2 powerhouses is FAMU and Alabama State. Listen, it's tough being in the East now, right? Like that used to be the West back in the day, right? Like you had to see Alcorn, you had to see the Southerns, right? Like that's just part of the beast. Somebody's at the top. So I can't get mad at them for that. I just don't think you can say you fire TC, you know what I'm saying? Even if he goes below 7 wins, you're like, I'm looking at him a little sideways. I would give him another year, maybe finish out his contract because he'll be on his year 4 or whatever. Just let him finish it out because he's a Jackson State guy. So, hey, he has pride in the program and things like that. To me, the Bama that really has like the pin to tail on the donkey is Eddie Robinson Jr. Because you cannot have the expectations that you have and come up short. Because I'm gonna say it again, if Willie Simmons would have failed last year, it would have been one of the biggest blunders. And to me, it's not even a celebration bowl. It was a SWAC. Listen, I knew FAMU. It was nobody seeing FAMU. The only team that was going to beat FAMU is FAMU. That's how good they were. I don't know if Alabama State is that good, but they're leading the pack, and they should pin themselves. If I'm an Alabama State fan, my expectation is SWAC championship, and it should. You should be SWAC championship or bust. That's what Alabama State season should be. SWAC championship or bust.
2 more coaches and
yeah.
move on somebody to call. Then let's talk about Cedric Thomas at Alcorn. What does that look like if they don't win the division or right there at the top of the division? What happens there, especially the way everything turned? What does Alcorn for you in that position? Do you sit back and look at Cedric Thomas like, damn, did we do the right thing here?
I mean, it wasn't the wrong thing. Fred McNair hadn't won in quite some time. He wasn't the Fred McNair of old where you just woke up and pissed excellence and was in the SWAC championship, right? So
what do you draw the line, though, to where it's like, for Alcorn, if it happens to fall into that spot this year, where do you draw that line?
They can't be like third. They can't be like third or fourth. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't be there. Like you can't lose to Southern. I'm sorry. Like there's no like if I'm an Alcorn State fan, there's a 0 tolerance for losing to Southern this year. You're not good. No, I don't care what nobody says. You're not good. Like you're not good. So to me, it's like if we lose to Southern, the only way I'll be shocked about how good Southern is if they beat McNeese or they make that a real game. Like if it's like 24-21, or like 28-24. Like I'd be like, oh shit, okay, Southern. All right, maybe y'all gonna surprise me this year. Because I know that's gonna translate, right? Because you're going against Clifton McDowell, high-powered offense, probably. You're not probably
with 50+ transfers coming in.
Like you're not going to see that in the SWAC. You're not going to see a Clifton McDowell in the SWAC. right? So maybe like Andrew-ish, right? He's a little like Andrew is a little Clifton McDowell-ish because he has the legs and the ability to run, but he's not as big as Clifton McDowell, right? So like you're not going to see that type of quarterback.
Because Alcorn plays McNeese this year.
Yeah, and they should that should be a good game. That should be a very competitive game, right? So especially with Alcorn's defense. So like for me, if I'm but the thing to see what's tough about saying something like that, what I just said is like there's still rivalry games. You know what I'm saying? So and there's a part of rivalry games that make it a rivalry. Like things just happen. But to me, in this year, Alcorn cannot you can't lose to Southern. Like losing to PV, all right. You know what I'm saying?
What about Grambling?
I wouldn't be mad at that. I would because I think they go to the hole, and everybody knows. I think it's at the hole.
Yeah, it's at Grambling.
Yeah. So and everybody tells me the hole is cursed. Okay, so I'm not taking nothing away from the hole. They say it's cursed, so I'm gonna leave it be as what it was because the way they did Akil Glass when he was high on his hog, they made that boy look bad. Okay, so I'm not going to take anything away from the hole because last time, but
go ahead.
You know, it is what it is. I just don't.
So where's that number? Is it 5 games, 6 games? Kind of give me a number.
You didn't give me a number.
I'm asking you. You don't have no allegiance to that.
I'm just saying you didn't give me no number.
I gave you a lot more than you gave me tonight.
All right, so let me. I'm about to pull up the schedule for Alcorn because I'm gonna pull a pair. Let's look at the schedule.
Yeah, I definitely gave the people a lot more than you skated around a lot of shit tonight.
No, not really, because I told you everything is gonna be answered. Everything's gonna be answered on the 22nd. So nope, not skating. Lost to UAPB. I mean UAB. Lost to Vanderbilt. They beat Alcorn. They lose to McNeese.
How they beat themselves?
I mean, they beat Edward Waters. I'm sorry. They lose to McNeese. They beat Valley. They beat UAPB. So that's 3 wins, right? I got 3 wins right there. Let me see. Yeah,
no,
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah,
3 and 3.
They're 3 and 3. All right. That's a toss up. They beat Southern.
This could be a SWAC championship game in the making.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good game.
Is this homecoming?
It might be. Yikes. Andrew goes back to the res. I gotta give it to Andrew.
Yeah, I'm curious. Is that homecoming in the chat? Let us know. When is Alcorn's homecoming? Is it against Alabama State? Oh, they got Texas Southern next week. They may want their revenge on Texas Southern the next week.
No, he said that's in Mobile. Thanks, Blue. Nah, it's in Mobile.
Oh, yeah, it is.
So they're not going. So that's
that changed the whole dynamic.
That's a home game for Alabama State.
Yeah.
So I got Alabama State for that one. I'm telling y'all gonna hate that stadium. I'm just telling y'all that right now. Y'all gonna hate that stadium.
The SWAC folks, we know about that stadium in the SWAC.
It's ass. Alcorn, Texas Southern, that's a win. Prairie View, that's a win. Jackson, that's a win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think they lose that Grambling game. I think they lose that. I think they lose that game. That's a tough schedule. Now that I really went through it, that's a pretty tough schedule. I'm not gonna hold you.
Well, I put them high in terms of toughest schedules, man.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's pretty tough. Yeah, I got 6 or 7. That's gonna be that's a tough schedule, especially this back half is crazy.
And aside from them, as we move on, the last coach I got to ask you about, because I think for everybody, we can all once again as a community talk about and ask questions about Connell Maynard. At what point does the plug get pulled if it begins to look like it ain't headed in the right direction?
After FAMU. Because I think
they have to split the Jackson and FAMU.
Have to. Okay, I'm talking about like there's no way you make it to the Match City Classic if you don't. All right, ass whooping. Kentucky State, that should be a win. Listen.
Sneaky.
That's
like that Miles Alabama State game.
Listen, I'm telling you, this Kentucky, y'all sleep on Kentucky State if you want to. Coach Huggins down there is not to be played with. I'm telling you right now. So, he lose that game, he might be gone. He lose that game, he might be gone.
Is this the last year when it comes to his contract? Is this the last year of his contract?
This is last year of his contract.
Do you just let him ride it out?
I wouldn't be mad at that. Just just let him go. I mean, he did win you a championship. You know what I'm saying? So if that's what you listen, he did win 4 straight Magic City Classics at one point. You know what I'm saying? So you can't. I mean, if you wanna let him ride it out.
Austin P. That's a
loss.
tough.
I don't even know what this Georgetown, Kentucky is. I don't know what that is.
It's not even gonna count.
Yeah. Austin P. That's a loss. A&M.
That 2 weeks right there. Woo!
You can lose your job right here. You can lose your job right in the middle of the 2 weeks.
He ought to be quiet, no barking, no nothing. Just focus those 2 weeks. Yeah. And you got to go on the road to FAMU and Jackson State. Well, that Jackson State game in Mobile.
Yeah, it's in Mobile, which pretty much is a home game for A&M because they all go down there. You know
Jackson
what I'm saying?
show up for Mobile. Jackson, that's not a far drive from Jackson.
No, it's not.
Mississippi folks.
No, it's not. You know,
it actually is closer probably to them than it is for Huntsville.
Yeah, but it should be a home game. But A&M fans don't travel, and I was at this game the last year of Dion. Dog, it was Jackson State everything. It was like Alabama A&M. It was like Jackson State 10, A&M 1. It was just like bad. Like this. A&M fans are just the worst, man. I'm gonna just keep saying it. They're the absolute worst. They're like a dad that don't take care of their kids. Like they don't show up. Okay, they just don't show up. I'm serious. They just don't show up. You be like, oh, my dad said he's coming to get me.
Dude, they beat Bethune-Cookman. Now that's the one I think when you look at that's a game I'm curious to really watch. Something about this game this year for me, Bethune-Cookman versus Alabama A&M feels like that's a game to circle.
Yeah, I mean, if he makes it that far, it's the game of circle. If not, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. To me, I think the Magic City Classic is his do or die game because that's the only game A&M fans care about. If he wins the Magic City Classic, they'll let him ride out the season.
No contract renewal, though.
No, hell no. Hell no. Yeah.
What gets a contract renewal in this case?
Swac championship.
You got to play in it or win it.
I think at this level, at the tenure that he's had, the longevity, you got to win it. I can't just have you in it. You got to win it.
Do you got to host it too?
Nah, you ain't got to host it. Okay. You ain't got to host it. I just think you got to win it. You got to win it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, listen, if I'm AD Bryant, I'm giving him to the Magic City Classic. I think that's fair. You've been here this long, and that's if it's off the rails too. Because who you gonna put in place? DT? He just as bad as Maynard. What you want DT leading your team? All the stuff, all the rumors swirling around him.
Was he the one calling the HBCUs like the new junior colleges, community colleges?
Yeah.
I remember that.
So you want him leading your team? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, where do you if I'm AD Bryant, you might as well just let
Scotty. Call Scotty, damn it.
Hey, listen, I'll be right here with Coach Meac. Hey, Coach Meac, what you see right here? Okay, yeah.
Hey, speaking of that, we are coaches. We got our NCAA HBCU dynasty going, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do. Tell people they don't even know.
Yeah, I'm 9-1. You know,
You ranked. You were up for Coach of the Year.
Come on, man. Say it again.
You were up for Coach of the Year, but your boy at Bama State.
Oh, he killing it.
Man, who is he?
I don't know. I'm about to take him out the group.
You don't even know that dude?
Nah, I posted it on Instagram and he's like, hey, I want to play.
He's trolling everybody in that league, bro, because the stuff he does, the way you got to play him in the Celebration Bowl. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
You're not even looking forward to that.
I might have to boot him out the group. I ain't even gonna hold you.
I played him. All I can say was, hey, we coming.
Yeah.
I'll see you next year, coach.
Yeah. So
But shout out to the Hampton Pirates, right? I'm the coach. I picked the lowest ranked. Scotty said, look, I got 2 teams left.
Yeah.
I got PV.
Nobody wanted them. Nobody wanted them.
No, nobody did. Nobody still wanted them. But they were 80+ ranked. They were really good.
Yeah, they was up there.
And then it was Hampton, and Hampton was 73, the worst team with A&T. I got them bad boys rolling right now. We 7-2, 6-2 in conference. Hey, 2 players on my team up for the Heisman. So I know, hey, I'm trying to get that NCAA hype going. I know some of y'all been playing out there, but we got the HBCU thing going right now. I like it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. And Perry takes his coaching very seriously.
Okay? I do. I like to recruit and hey, advance when it's time to advance. I'm trying to, because what happens is, bro, Mike Reed, where the hell he at?
Dog.
His sorry ass. Where Mike Reed at? He let a motherfucker put 92 points up on him. Mike Reed, where you at?
In 6-minute quarters with accelerated clock.
92 points. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was baffled. And he talked all that stuff. Hey, fellas, I start conference week in 2 weeks. Just wait till I think he get 2 and 4 and come. He ain't even he's an afterthought. He's homecoming. Just doing a disappointment to North Carolina Central. That's who he playing with, y'all. A hyped up team on the game, and he just letting everybody down. But the problem is, and we can move on and callers and whatever else.
Yeah, we got some callers.
People start early on there, and everybody in week 1, 2, and 3 talk all this noise. They don't realize how hard it really is to play with these teams. This ain't you playing with Alabama and Georgia and Michigan and Texas where you got depth, skilled players. Your team may only have 2 good damn guys because
the rest of them, you just be like, man, just catch the ball when I throw it to you, please.
I'm just out here just hoping and praying for it, dub. That's why I'm taking it serious because I can't believe. But the rest of them, then they find out how hard it is, then they lose interest. That's when I realize how sorry folks are when it comes to their pride, right?
Yeah.
You find out your team all of a sudden is 2-5, 2-4, 1-5. Then you gotta beg them to play through the season now, Scotty. Like, hey, where you at?
Yeah.
So I think everybody need to get booted. Mike Reed he was gonna probably get fired from North Carolina Central. He on the hot seat anyway. But I'm the 3rd best team. You the 2nd best team. Your boy from Bama State. Hell, I saw them in the college football playoffs.
Yeah, he doing it. Nah, he did it. Yeah, he doing it.
Now don't boot him, no. Just I don't know. It's gonna see what his recruiting look like because that running back he got. I'm just putting you on game. Good luck to that dude. That dude do everything. Jaquez Stewart, the fact I know his name gave me the blues. But yeah, hey, it's real when it comes to the HBCU. So I know we talk a lot of noise about HBCU coaches and HBCUs on here, but listen, get on that NCAA and try to build up a program and see what your different. Looking like.
It's different. It's
and
different.
You think, hey, we can go get this recruit. Get on there and try to recruit that 3 and 4 star and see what the hell you could do.
Listen, I just beat Rice not too long ago, so I'm just building the program up steadily.
I just beat Ball State. Let's keep it going, baby.
Let's go.
Trying to go right now.
Hey, every week, 8182 coming to you.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, what's up, Coach Green?
I don't know much. Got a question for you, dog. So why you feel like Southern gonna be sorry?
I don't feel like you have a lot of talent in a lot of places. Okay, so let me. I don't think you have a lot of talent in a lot of places. I don't think your wide receiving core is very good. I do like Chandler Whitfield. I think he's special. I don't know if you got another guy. Like I love Petrie. I don't think y'all used them very well last year. I think your secondary. I know he's not there. That's what I'm saying. Like you didn't use him good last year. I know he's not there. Your secondary is nowhere near what it was last year with Jordan. That back end is not going to be the same. I think the only thing that I would look forward to is your running back room. I've always been high on your guy, Perry Dillon or Kobe Dillon.
Kobe Dillon, man. That's a ball player.
I love Kobe Dillon. Like I've always been a fan of Kobe Dillon. I think he's going to be great.
Quarterback transition over to running back, and he give you that style where he's that wildcat factor that you always got to look out for.
Yeah. So I like Kobe Dillon. I like Lenore Rhymes. Kendrick Rhymes. I like Kendrick. Your running back room is solid. I think if Kobe and can stay healthy, I think that is great. But your old line is not what it used to be when it's under Dawson Odoms. Like I used to, and anybody remember, and I know Smash remember. I used to say, listen, if you think you can run the ball, you can't, because Southern does it 10 times better. You're not that Southern anymore. You're not that Southern anymore, right? So your offensive line, when you had these pro prospects coming up every other year or what, y'all not that no more, right? So,
you know we got 20 offensive linemen, right?
Just because you got 20 don't mean they all good. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? We got 20 offensive linemen, okay? I got 20 dogs. Don't make them pedigree. Don't make them thoroughbreds. Like I got 20 horses. Like they don't race.
Depth is important. Wide receiver room is better than what you think.
How is it better than what I think? What the stats look like?
You know we got Davis, right?
Okay. Quay Davis, okay.
And then more is that receiver you need to watch out for too.
Okay, more.
And Ethan Howard is back.
The tight end?
Ethan Howard is back.
The tight end?
Ethan Howard.
Yeah.
How much eligibility does he have? He been there for a minute.
No, he left. He left under Dooley, and from what I heard, Dooley kind of pushed him out the program. But Mark Frederick's offensive coordinator came on my show Saturday. The Jaguars told me that Ethan Howard has rejoined the team, and I call him Big Hand Ethan Howard. I'm excited. I love that kid. I really do. Freshman All-American in 2021.
He's special. He's special. He's special.
You sleeping at the wheel, Scotty. So you feel like there's no possibility we can win.
No, hold on. Hold on now. Hold on now. I love Ethan Howard. When I tell you, I've always been high on Ethan Howard when you had the white boy at OC, okay? Back in Jason Rollins era. Matter of fact, you should have went and hired the white Bama instead of Mark Fredericks, but that's neither here nor there. So, Zach
Grossi.
Zach was nasty. The play action with Zach Grossi, nasty. Anyway, but come on, man. Let's keep it a buck. At the end of the day, the name of the game is getting your players the ball. Now I will say this: Mark Fredericks does have a great ability to use the tight end. I've seen that at PV with the quarterback. Why is it Conley?
Conley.
Yeah, when Trayvon was there, he did a really good job of using the tight end. But the other wide receivers weren't really effective. But go ahead, Coach. I know you have a point that you made.
Like I said, more secondary is going to be better than what you think. My former teammate from L.W. Higgins, his son plays DB at Southern. Johnson.
Okay.
So he's back, and they picked up some nice corners. So it's more of a wait and see before you judge. One thing Southern always had is talent.
I think it's a wait and see for both sides. Don't you agree? Like it's a wait and see on both sides. A wait and see if you're gonna be good. It's a wait and see if you're gonna be bad.
Look, no, this is my thing. One of the things we always had, you criticizing, Dooley and all that. It was the offensive side. Our defense been there.
Your defense
been there.
Your defense been there, but Jackson State ran through y'all. I'm confused, man. Like maybe.
No.
They didn't run through you.
You got to also take into account of us shooting ourselves in the foot.
So now we're talking about circumstances.
And then don't forget about how we had FAMU on the ropes now.
To do what? The ropes of what?
That game was real close.
Once again,
that game was decided to the end
by a championship coach. See the difference? See how that works? See, it just listen. But that's how games go, though.
Yeah, that is. But this is my last question too. This is my last question for you, because you were sitting there criticizing grades. What's the difference? Because they both had the same record. Alcorn and Southern both basically had the same record. So what's the difference between Thomas and Grady?
Thomas and Cedric wasn't the head coach last year.
Graves wasn't a head coach either. So what's the difference between both of them? You said Southern hired a coach from a team that didn't win a lot of games. Thomas is hired after not winning, and Alcorn didn't win many games. So what's the difference between the two?
I'll take me personally because I don't believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe Terrence Graves was the defensive coordinator last year, was he?
Special teams coordinator.
He was a special teams coordinator, so he wasn't in a direct result of anything that was going on in the field, in my personal opinion. Alcorn's defense has been top 4, top 5 for the last 2 or 3 years that Cedric has been coaching them. So he has a direct reflection on the field of what they do. Now, I guarantee, listen, that Texas Southern game was bad. I ain't even gonna hold you. I ain't even gonna hold you. There's no way of getting around the Texas Southern game. It was just absolutely bad. And Alcorn have been known to shit the bed for the past 2 years. They've been known to shit the bed, right? It's like the game they needed to close it out. They shit the bed. But I'll take. What's up?
That was the one when you in the stadium and they said Texas Southern 44, Alcorn 10. Woo! Boy, hey, that's what I love about HBC SWAC games. When they give you that score, that surprise you or somebody out the blue kicking somebody's ass. And that was sent the whole crowd into a frenzy.
Yeah, and I agree with G. G gonna rock for it. G gonna rock for his guy. But I agree with G. Like he has had a season of he rebuilt UAPB. The team that what was the Bama from UAPB, the one that got fired? The one that went to the spring championship.
Talking about damn, what's it? I think he had
Grambling.
And he had
he was FAMU special teams coordinator.
Doc Gamble. Okay, so yeah. So the team that Doc Gamble had was the team Cedric recruited.
And you know what was so bad at the SWAC championship that spring 2021? They was like, and now your West champions led by head coach Cedric Thomas. And Cedric was gone and Doc Gamble was there. Man, that was so disrespectful.
Yeah, so I mean, there's more to the resume to a Cedric than a perennial, long-standing assistant. And I'm not saying he can't be good as a head coach. I'm not saying that because from what your boy Jim Kleinpeter talked about, Perry, on your show, he said he's not about egos. He's all about, cooperative helping and, everybody put their say-so in there and things like that. That's why everybody is AARP members. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like they all come together, put the cards together. Hey, who getting the senior discount breakfast today, right?
Just
so
keep Cedric Thomas off of SWAC, rough in the SWAC. Just keep him out of work from the SWAC.
They both came from a 6-5 team. What's the difference?
I just explained it to you, but if you want to keep going back to it, okay. I literally just broke the whole thing down. I literally just broke the whole thing down, and you still want to go back to 6-5.
I don't see that big of a difference between.
Of course you don't. You're a Southern fan. Why would you?
They both in the same boat to me.
How?
They both in a proving stage. They're gonna have to prove it.
No, one is a.
They both came from a coach.
No. So you're just so how are you disregarding Cedric's whole resume? I'm confused because name a time where Terrence Graves was a head coach. Don't worry, I'll wait.
I got Cedric Graves.
Terrence Graves have been a head coach.
Huh?
Hold on. So Cedric Thomas at UAPB, he went 8-14 and 4-10 in conference play. In 2018, Cedric Thomas went 2-9, 1-6 in conference play. He finished 4th in the SWAC West. In 2019, Cedric Thomas at UAPB went 6-5, 3-4, and finished 4th in the West. In 2019, that's Cedric Thomas at UAPB.
So when is Terrence Graves?
Terrence Graves got him somewhere. Where's Terrence Graves? 2-0 as an interim coach. He was 1-0 at Grambling in 2021 when he beat Southern in the Bayou Classic. And he's 1-0 at Southern as the interim coach as he beat Grambling in 2023.
And both those teams are ass. So what are we talking about?
He been a top coordinator for wherever he was coordinator for too.
When was he a top coordinator?
Check his resume.
You're telling me stuff. You're telling me stuff that you don't even have any information on. He was a top coordinator. When? Give me a year.
I got the information.
Give me a year. Give me a year.
I don't have the year. I don't have the year.
Then how do you have the information? Then how do you have the information if you don't have the year?
I don't have the exact year, but I know he was once a top D-line coach.
You said a coordinator. That's not.
Ain't been a D coordinator. Ain't been a D coordinator.
When? Give me the year. Give me the year when he was a top D coordinator. Give me the year.
I don't.
Okay, go figure it out and then call me back. Go figure it out and call me back. All right, 1098 coming to you. Hey, call you live.
I heard somebody mention my name.
What's up, Mike? Perry said you got.
What's up with it? I heard somebody mention my name.
Mike Reed, sorry ass. I said.
No.
Sorry ass.
See, the league is rigged. First of all,
you lucky you ain't even in my division with your sorry ass. You homecoming.
See, Scotty, my boy, but he ain't doing a good job. He's not doing a good job as a commissioner right now.
You know, I just added you as a commissioner, so you can advance it when I'm not able to.
You let him be the commissioner?
Yeah.
Because I'm in other dynasties and everything running smooth.
Dog, my dynasty runs smooth. We communicate everything. I post all the games and whatever needs to be posted.
Post stats, players of the week.
What are we talking about? You
got it. The teams.
Go ahead.
The teams. First of all, the teams are not even enough. You got 1-star programs with 3-star programs. That ain't, but there's no near there because we got to recruit. So this ain't my year, but I got to recruit next year. I'll be looking good. We can't use the 1-star program. I'm used to the Mike Reed playbook. How I'm supposed to run a program? I can't use my playbook. I'm one of the best play callers in America.
No,
I come from the lane infantry.
And if
I can't use my own playbook.
If you don't stop, your ass gonna probably be on my staff next year as a coordinator because you gonna get fired from North Carolina Central.
Hey man, don't be out here slandering my name out here because you can get on the sticks right now. I'm online right now, Peter White.
Hey,
P White 2410. Add me. P White 24. I don't duck. P White 2410.
Can we stream that? Y'all should stream that on the channel.
Who he gonna go get it?
He can get on the stick right now.
A good
he can get on the stick right now.
This motherfucker can't win nothing with the team he got, and they got a better rank than half the teams in there. He's
that's facts. Yeah, your Jake's like 79. Your overall is like 79. Paris is like 70. What? 73?
73 overall.
Bro, my quarterback trash, super trash.
Do something with him then.
My offensive line is terrible. My offensive line is so bad.
So you call plays, but you can't call nothing with the guys you got. What kind of damn coach?
No, I'm recruit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm recruit.
Yeah.
If any guys out there in that transfer portal want to come over here to North Carolina Central, just call me.
Ain't hard to find. At the rate y'all, that record you got. What he saying, Scotty? I'm in non-conference the first 3 weeks. Hey, fellas, just wait. I'm coming.
Hey, I only played like 2 or 3 conference games. I don't know what other.
He was simulating the non-conference game, so he gonna play me. He like, man, Scotty, I ain't really played with my team. I don't really know what. I said, bro, yeah, dusted him.
Because in my other league, once again, when you don't have user game, you just simulate it.
Scott, I mean,
just
Mike,
be a user
how
league,
you
right?
got 95 points hung on your ass?
92.
Listen, Buddy was on some sucker shit, man. Excuse my language, but he was on some sucker stuff.
How?
Me and Scotty talked about
it. Call in the game. Whoa your ass out, stretched you out.
Tell why you just get online. I'm online right now, Fear right. The Mike Reed Show.
I'm online right now.
Let's go.
Add me because I'm doing the show. But what you got a PS5? Yeah, add me. P White 2410. I promise you, when I get off
hold on. I can ask you right now. Hold on.
Please.
Hold on.
Talking about you online. Look what I'm doing. I'm online. I'm doing the show.
P White
I'm gonna piss you off.
P. White, what else?
2, 4, 24, 10.
24, 10.
Look at he's so excited. He's so happy. 24, 10. Who you play with? Anybody?
Yeah, I can just match up however you want to match up.
I
It
like
don't
it.
matter.
Okay, I'll
But
see
these
you when
play,
I get off.
I'm one of the best play callers in America.
Man, shut this. Thank you, Mike Reed. Good night.
All right, y'all.
All right, man.
That boy got 90 points put on him talking about he the best. Come on, man. The dude treated you like you was JV. That's the shit you be like, man. Why you do the computer? 90 points is ridiculous, guys.
That is on an accelerated clock. I purposely have it on an accelerated clock. Listen, I can play a game where I'm on my first drive and the quarter's over. Like 92?
And I scored 63 in the game, bro. And that was shit. To get 63 was tough, but to get 90 points, 30 more points.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Mike Reed is there.
We need to stream that on the channel. We got to figure a way to get that on the channel.
That 95, that 90-something to some loss.
6660 coming to you. Hey, calling you live.
How y'all doing, man?
Good. How you doing? What's your name? Where you calling from?
Benjamin from Houston. Y'all kind of had me kind of laughing. I thought y'all were about talking about sports, and then y'all wanted to talk about video games.
No, we still on the sports topic. Just turn your background down for me.
Is it already down? Can you hear me now?
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. So what I wanted to ask you, I had asked a couple other shows, but I didn't ever get a response. I'm an alumnus of PV. Can you give me an idea, not necessarily say PV, but any West school? How can a West school host the SWAC championship game on at PV, Alcorn, Southern, Grambling, but preferable PV? That's what I'm trying for. And then as far as I saw y'all were going down the schedule, and then I just wanted to hear what your comments was as far as what was Perry's schedule. And I'll sit back and listen.
All right. So let me hold on real quick before you go. So you want us to talk about Prairie View schedule and how can Prairie View host the SWAC championship game?
I said Prairie View, but I just said Prairie View or a West school. So I don't want to be biased and just say Prairie View.
Okay.
And I think he asked because we've seen the East since it's been at the home site.
Yeah.
It's been at Jackson State, Alcorn, and FAMU.
Right.
All right.
And so I went to the.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
And I went to the Jackson State TV game, and it was some stuff going on, but bygones are bygones. That was 2 or 3 years ago, so it is what it is.
What happened? What was going on? Tell us what was going on. Ain't no bygones. Talk your experience.
No, no. It's over. Dion, his area as far as psychology is over. So it's 24. It's just a new season. We'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. We'll break it down for you.
All right. I appreciate it.
No problem. Appreciate it.
We finna look at PV?
Yeah, we about to go to PV schedule. All right.
Tell you quick, fast, and hurry if it's gonna be in Prairie View, Texas or not.
I ain't gonna even go there. Oh man. And listen, I've been seeing said all up in this chat. Listen, said nobody is saying Mark Fredericks is great because he's not at PV. All I'm saying is he does have a very unique way of using tight ends. I've seen it. I can show you on film. So I'm not gassing anybody up. My only stance with Mark Fredericks is he doesn't get his playmakers the ball. That's all I'm saying. But he does have a unique ability to get tight ends the ball. All right. Prairie View versus Texas Southern. There's no Andrew Body, so that should be an easy win. Prairie View versus Northwest State. They can't beat white schools, so that's a loss.
And in actuality, that
should be a win.
Yeah,
it should be a win.
Northwestern State, if anybody goes back and look at that program, they cleaned house all the way top to bottom across the board. I'm talking about from the roster to the staff, because the young man got killed at Northwestern State, and the father he was on the team. They reported it. The team didn't do anything, and he got killed by his roommate. And so it was a whole bad episode. But that should be, and that was just a backstory for y'all. But that should be a winnable game for PV. That really should be.
Lionel, go watch the Alcorn game. in the final drive that you guys go up and win that game, he literally sets up a play call. He does it like 4 plays in a row where he gives the ball to the tight end. All I'm saying, he has a unique ability to get the ball to the tight end. And the play worked constantly. It was a play action. It was a peel and release play. So it was a fake stretch, roll out, bootleg, peel and release.
Is he saying he don't like his former offensive coordinator?
Yeah, they don't like Mark Fredericks. And no
So
PV
they
person
like
out.
the new offensive coordinator better than him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't he a former wide receiver at Prairie View?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
All right. We're at Michigan State.
Ass whooping.
Yeah.
Southern versus Prairie View. I think I gave Prairie View that game. Prairie View versus Grambling at Graham. Oh, that's the I'm sorry. That's Dallas. That's State Fair. I think Grambling can win that. I'm really high on Grambling. I'm sorry. I really am. I feel like Grambling's my Howard. I don't think it's that to that extent of but I do think they're going to be really good. Prairie View, UIW, ass whooping. So where we at? That's 1 win, 2 wins, 3 wins.
Hold on. What 3 you gave them?
I gave them. Oh no, I thought I had them losing the Grambling. I'm sorry. So I beaten Southern and beaten Texas Southern. So yeah, So 2 wins. I'm sorry. Pine Bluff, that's a win. Commerce, that's a win. It's actually a really good program, by the way. But
yeah, they're up and coming. I think they were a former D2 program, or they
still
D2. They may be transitioning to FCS if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Prairie View versus Valley.
That's always a gimmick game.
Oh yeah, they do be losing it, but they got a new field though. Valley got a new field though.
Oh, yeah, that grass don't.
It don't move the same.
That grass get PV, A&M, and UAPB.
Yeah, so that should be a win. Prairie View at FAM at Prairie View, that's a loss for Prairie View. Alcorn, Prairie View, that's a win for Alcorn. Prairie View at Alabama State.
Damn, you got them with what, 2-3 games?
I know they're gonna win more because that's just how Prairie View does. Like it's always gonna be like right at the cusp. Like they don't really do anything, but they're there.
So to refer back to his other question, what will it take for Prairie View to host the SWAC championship? What they need to do?
Probably got to win at least 8 games. Let me see. Let me see how many games they need. So I'm giving all the gimmies. So the ones I lost. So 1, they have to win this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This game really don't matter. 7.
That's 6. That's 7 right there.
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this is an out of conference. Is that a conference game?
Yeah, that's a West game. Pop the season off.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, damn, they gotta win everything. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna. I think Grambling being in the mix the way I think they're going to be is bro, your floor is not no freaking 8-4. Get the fuck out of here.
Who said? Where you get that from?
This nigga, our floor. Shut up, bro. 8-4 is your floor?
Is this PB versus everybody?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because he got the SWAC championship shirts, and I got it. I cannot wait till they lose. Because I got the SWAC championship shirts. So if they don't go to the SWAC championship, I'm like, oh, what happened?
Wait, they made. Oh yeah, they did in that video.
I got the shirt at the crib. Just so I can troll.
SWAC
Right?
champions, 2024 SWAC champions.
Bro, did you not lose the FAMU last year? You got smoked by FAMU twice last year.
PV?
Yeah, he talking. Oh, Scotty's hilarious. He got us losing the Grand. I'm like, bro, you lost to FAMU twice.
You definitely did.
Twice. And the first time was just egregious.
It was a funeral in Tallahassee.
And then you went back to the SWAC championship and got beat again.
Yeah, that did happen.
Come on, man. What are we talking about, bro? Like, the FAMU game, at least, that's the game you should be like, all right, okay, I guess Scotty got a point there. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least
that
give me
Houston
one
Baptist game was tough, too.
Yeah, and they got smoked by them. So, what are we talking about? Listen, the gimmies are the gimmies, the Valleys, the Pine Bluffs, and let's be honest, for the past 2 or 3 years when you were Dooley, y'all was losing this Valley game. So let's just keep it a buck right there. The Alabama State game, that's a tough game. Let's not act like it's not. Alcorn State versus Prairie View, that's a tough game. The game last year came down to one drive.
It's been like that for the past few meetings. I'm talking about 1 year was a fumble at Alcorn that cost them. I mean, there's always been traditionally a tough one.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not understanding. The reason the Prairie View and Grambling is not a shot at Prairie View. It's just my opinion of Grambling. I think Grambling is going to, first of all, you're at the hole. Let's just keep it a buck. You're in the hole. And I think they're going to be a more disciplined team. Oh, no, you're not. Oh, it's the State Fair Classic. Oh, didn't they lose that last year?
And now you got Dooley back in the mix.
You lost it last year against Hugh Jackson.
He ran the score up on him.
That man got fired, and y'all lost to him. So what I'm saying, listen, I want to be very clear. What I'm saying is not preposterous. It's not preposterous. It has validity. I'm not out here hating on PV. Your fans hate on PV. They don't show up. Okay, let's just keep it a buck. I don't hate on PV more than your fans do. They don't ever go to games, and we can pull the attendance to show you that. Okay, except the State Fair Classic and homecoming, in the Texas Southern game or whatever, right? So you have that. So my thing is this. Like I said, I'm high on Grambling. I'm not saying Grambling is the first place in the West, but I think Grambling could mix it up. They might give a couple losses that they were supposed to, win or whatever, how back and forth, right? So it's that. So
to answer that caller's question,
you need at least 7 wins.
Okay.
At
in
least
conference. Yeah.
In conference. You need at least 7 wins in conference to be the
host.
Eight to host.
Yeah, he wants to host the championship.
Oh, it's probably gonna be 8.
And then he was asking about for the rest of the West team, since it seems like since the East has literally hosted every SWAC championship since it's been on campus. I guess the question now is, can somebody from the West finally host it?
These are the 2 games right here that are going to dictate whether you host or not. Because if you lose the FAM or lose the Alabama State, one of these 2 are going to be your SWAC East champions, in my personal opinion. So these are the 2 most important games that you definitely going to want to win. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's one of those type of situations. So these are the games you need to circle. And this is, man, these conference games are crazy.
Hey,
and
when you really start to really just look at them, it'd be like, damn.
But what's crazy though, is Prairie View for the last 3 years has probably had one of the easiest conference. They've had one of the easiest schedules because when the big boys were big, they didn't have to play them. They didn't play Jackson and FAMU for like 2 years running when they made the back-to-back appearances in the SWAC championship. When they made those back-to-back appearances, they never played Jackson and FAM. So until recently, last year, the first year they played FAM.
You're right about that. They did.
So they never had to play the big boys. They would just slide through with these horrible ass schedules. And Dooley was scheduled like Texas A&M like the second last week. You know what I'm saying? Of the year. Some dumb shit like that. So this is probably the toughest schedule I've seen them have in a long time.
Is Valley their permanent East opponent? It seems like they always
always play Valley. They always play Valley. So
yeah, is Valley their permanent opponent? Because they haven't rotated Valley off.
I don't believe they have. Let's take this caller real quick. 60s. 4718 coming to you. Hey, caller, you live.
What's going on? What's going on, Scotty?
What's up, man?
Beard.
What's up now?
So you mean to tell me that Mike Reed got 90+ points dropped on him in a video game.
Dog, I can pull the screenshot for you just to prove it to you.
Cause I put it in the chat like, this is my language. I said, what the fuck happened here? I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Y'all, Miss Kim might as well pick him up right now, because y'all know how these picks in the beat is here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mike Reed is little brother material. Go get your little brother to play Mike Reed. That's little brother material. That's when your kid watching you play. Can I play? Yeah, he get the stick.
Who was he playing against? Texas State?
Was it Southern?
It was Southern. No, it was Alabama State. It was Alabama State.
Oh yeah, he let that dude clown his ass. That dude called whoever he is.
Yeah, he good. No, he is good.
He beat me 49-14, but I knew damn well I started to play keeper. I wasn't finna let him hang 90 on me. Shit,
I gotta give you a console. I gotta give you a console now. So y'all that sounds like something you want to join. I gotta give you a console.
Now we do be.
Oh, that HBCU. There it is. And look, that's me, Hampton.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened here? NCCU.
Yeah.
That's the proof. Mike Reed call back. There you go, coach. Let's hear your post game interview. Got beat by 61 points.
Yeah.
How you get beat by 61 points and still score 31?
Woo.
There it is, everybody.
Man,
I ain't making this shit up. I promise you, I ain't making it up. There it is. That's Mike Reed, NCCU.
All right, listen, man, we gotta go because we gotta shut the stream down. We've been going on for about 3 and a half hours. But appreciate the call though.
All right, no problem.
All right, man. I'm gonna take the PV guy again, and then we're gonna head up out of here. Did he call back?
Get somebody else. We got anybody new?
8556 coming to you. Oh, this is sad. What's up, sad?
You know who it is.
What's good?
What's up, Scotty? What's up, Harry?
What's up with it?
Hey, man, I gotta call in. Whenever it get hot and heated on TV, I gotta call in. It's some blind spots. It's some blind spots in this analysis, and I'm just letting y'all know, TV is running the tables this year. Worse, you might have one loss in the conference. Just letting you know right now.
Okay,
that's at our worst.
Say it. Let me ask you a question.
They trolling us tonight.
With what quarterback? Y'all gotta explain to me what quarterback. You got to explain. Give me a name.
Did they get the transfer from the University of Houston?
Who had never played a game? Who has never played a game?
I'm listening. We have been tuned in and dialed in camp. There's a lot that's going to be revealed when this season kicks off, Labor Day Classic. And I know, Texas Southern people going to just go right by it. But I'm going to be honest with you. Don't sleep on the Incarnate Word game. Definitely be running.
You're not, bro. You're not. You will not win that game, and you won't put money on that.
I did not say we was winning the game.
Oh, okay.
Don't sleep on the Incarnate Word game.
Oh, okay.
But I'll give you this. Justin being fair, the Grambling game will dictate the winner of the Western Conference.
The what?
We'll know.
Say it again. I'm sorry, I missed it.
The Grambling game will dictate the winner of the West, in my prediction.
Oh, so you're high on.
I'll give you that.
You're high on Grambling too.
I'm high on Grambling and a little bit Grambling's schedule. Grambling's schedule is crazy. They're the only school that doesn't play FAMU, and their Jackson State game is a non-conference game.
Oh, that helps.
So if you look at Grambling's schedule, it's gonna be hard pressed if PV loses to Grambling for them to get 2 losses in the conference, because PV will have to look for Grambling to get 2 additional losses. And that means even if a loss by Grambling, that means PV will have to beat FAMU, Alcorn, Alabama State. They can't take another loss to Grambling. I don't see Grambling taking more than 2 losses in the season, given the fact that they don't play FAMU. And that's the sneaky one that everybody's not paying attention to. The Jackson State game is a non-conference game. So they got the easiest schedule in the West, in my opinion. So Grambling, we absolutely cannot lose that Grambling game.
Okay, listen, I just want to know what these quarterbacks are going to look like. That's really what it comes down to me, because I seen your guy with a bad quarterback, like Brandon. That's his name, right?
Wheaton.
Brandon Wheaton.
Yeah, Coach Wheaton.
Coach Wheaton. I watched this film at Campbell. If Malik Hodge had any sort of accuracy, he probably would have put up 30, 35, 40 points a game. It would have been crazy. Like the way he draws it up is nasty. Like the way he schemes it up is nasty. So,
absolutely.
So for me, I'm just curious to see. It's Anthony Wheaton. Okay, thank you, Anthony Wheaton. If I'm just curious to see, does he have a quarterback like that? Because if it's the Houston kid, he's never played a game before in his entire career. So I mean, I'm not saying he's not good. I'm just saying, like, he's going to get tossed in the fire.
Don't you worry. I'm gonna give you a hot take. Thursday, you will know who Prairie View's starting quarterback will be this season.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
That's on the inside source. You'll know about Thursday.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Is the quarterback that is potentially being named, does he have reps? Has he had any game reps?
Listen, our quarterback that will be coming starting will be better than any other quarterback in the SWAC, and that's including your Andrew Body, who has never beaten Prairie View.
Shut up.
Andrew Body has never beaten Prairie View.
It's not even about
in his entire career.
It's not even about.
And then you also have an Eddie Robertson who has never beaten Prairie View in his entire career. Now all of a sudden you take two people that have never beaten Prairie View. All of a sudden they about to run the table.
Okay, first of all, the one thing I don't like about PV fans, because one, y'all don't watch enough football to understand it. So it's kind of like hard having conversations with y'all. But then on the second part of it, it's like nobody ever talks about the surrounding cast that these players have or do not have, right? Like Andrew Body has never, your defense, as mundane as it is, has been better than any defense Andrew has ever had at his time at Texas Southern. Can we agree to that?
I want you to repeat that. Our defense has been.
I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you again. I'm gonna say it really slow. I said what I do not like when arguing with PV fans, because you guys don't watch a lot of football, is that you don't ever include the cast of what players have to deal with.
Wait, I am looking
finished.
at the entire
I'm
cast.
finished. I gotta keep going. Let me go. Let me finish. What I'm saying is, I said, no matter how boring or basic Prairie View's defense has been, you have had a better defense than Andrew Body has ever had at his time and career at Texas Southern. Is that right? Yes or no?
Yes, but his defense has nothing to do with Andrew Body's poor play at Prairie View when he played Prairie View.
So
Andrew Body lost that game against Prairie View, not Prairie View, not Texas Southern defense.
Hold on.
So that's a nice deflection.
Hold on. No. The only play that really changed the game in that hole was the one I equivocally put, the interception for a touchdown. The screen, the one that he threw to the big man, and the big man ran it back for a touchdown. That's the only one.
That one.
I'm like, yeah.
The other one too. The other one late in the game. The other interception.
Hold on. Listen. It's still the point of the defense to get a stop. That's what you're failing to understand. I still have to depend on the defense to get a stop. It's no different than what happened at the Alabama A&M game. Andrew has the team up 21-7 in the fourth quarter, and they come back and win 24-21. I say again.
Yeah, but
nobody
that would be if Andrew Body kept scoring. Now, I'll give you part of their offensive coordinator, why he didn't run the ball with their dynamic running back. That I don't know what the hell he was doing. But still, at the end of the day, I would give you that point if somehow Andrew Body kept moving offense, they were scoring, and somehow the defense just couldn't stop Prairie View. Andrew Body threw a pick six, which you just said, and Andrew Body also threw another interception that led to the drive where PV won. So you can't throw interceptions at pivotal points of the game and then say it was a bad defense because it was a defense job to stop them when you already put the team in poor position by throwing interceptions.
Is that not the point of defense? I'm confused.
What we even talking about here?
What we're talking about is what bothers me is that I tell people all the time, I'm like, Andrew didn't have a very good supporting cast. He didn't have a top 10 defense. Not once in his time at Texas Southern has he had a top 10 difference. They've been last or second to last in all his years at Texas Southern, and he still made them competitive from what he was able to do. Now, he's had a top DB, but he hadn't had a top defense. And I'm telling you that there are situations that Prairie View, even as mundane as your defense was better than Texas Southern's. And your defense isn't special.
Not much. Exactly. Not much. So we're kind of arguing semantics. PV defense was not that much better than TSU defense. But I tell you this, given all the hype, Andrew Body was supposed to be 10 times better than Connolly, and Connolly looked better in that game than Andrew Body did.
He was. I'll give you that.
Hands down.
I'll give you that. I won't take that away from. But my okay. It's a lot.
So that's who won the game.
I think there's semantics that you're not. No, I just think there's semantics that you're not talking about, because at the end of the day, after the game, he had to get shut down because he still didn't want to recover from his shoulder. He didn't play.
Now he was hurt.
No, he didn't play another game in the season. What are you talking about? Did he play another game?
Listen, he suited up in the game.
I'm not taking anything away from that. I'm not taking anything away from that. But you can't take away that the kid was still not injured because he didn't play another game after that.
All right, man.
Is that not true?
Disagree. I think him not playing any other games has nothing to do with.
Okay, how about this? How about this?
Never beat Crazy.
I'll leave it like this. Say it. I'll leave it like this. I'll give you this argument, right? I'll give you this. If Andrew goes to Prairie View and beats Prairie View at Alabama State, that means he needed a better team. Can we agree to that? If he goes, I'll give you this. If he goes with a better team and goes to Prairie View and beats you, I would simply just say Andrew needed a better team to beat Prairie View. Is that not sensible?
I'll give you that, but I'm saying that won't happen.
Okay.
Eddie Robinson will lose once again because he will get outcoached again by Prairie View. And I will give you that Andrew Body is overhyped and doesn't have the skill set to be this dominant. This is gonna be the best Prairie View team that y'all have ever seen.
Get the fuck out of here, bro! Like, what are you talking about, man? Are you kidding me? With Ladinian Brooks, hold up. There's not a running back on your squad that's better than Ladinian Brooks ever when he walked into PV. So let's just shut that down. Let's just shut that down now. There's not a running back better than Ladinian Brooks in the last 3 years. Caleb Johnson isn't better than Ladinian Brooks.
Caleb Johnson isn't on the team anymore.
I'm just telling you. So you first of all, you don't have a better running back than Ladinian Brooks. So I can tell you your team is not better in that aspect alone. There's not a quarterback on your team. I bet you won't have a SWAC player of the year at quarterback.
Oh, you're gonna be greatly surprised by that. Like you acting like, you know what? I'm not gonna give you all the secret sauce. Our quarterback is gonna be one of the most dynamic our quarterback is gonna be the most dynamic quarterback next season in SWAC play, which is not a big feat. I don't know why that is like he has always had a strong offensive line and strong running back. That's been historical with Prairie View. If you think that we're not going to successfully run the ball next year with our deep running back,
listen, Said, don't go missing, bro. That's the one thing I don't like about you PV fans. Like, y'all, no. What you do is this is what you do. So you'll call in now, right? Before season, all this. But when the season's, you didn't call in when FAMU dust you. Did you call in then? When they put 40 on you, did you call in?
I was always calling in.
Yo,
I've been here since
said
day
you
one.
lying. Said you lying. You didn't call in when FAMU put 40 on you. You didn't call in when they dusted you in the SWAC championship. You didn't call in. See, this is why I don't like front runners. That's what I do not like because you'll be.
I call in every time. I call in all the time. I've been here since day one.
Said my chat will tell you straight up. They don't hear from PV fans. Perry says it every week. We love to hear from PV fans. Perry, don't you say it every week?
I be looking for y'all.
Come on, bro. You live in the chat.
Listen, and I be right here. I'm the #1 PV stan account on this actual channel.
You live in the chat.
Remember, I'm the set. Go ahead.
All I'm saying, said, and I know. Listen, you be in the chat with your headshot and the glasses and the political suit. You good? I get it. All I'm saying is call in and keep the same energy. Don't live in the chat. That's all I'm asking you. Is the way you call in now.
I'm gonna call in and keep the smoke.
When you how you calling in now, keeping it smoky, right? Because you got all the fire in the world. I just want you to keep that same energy as the season goes along and call in. That's all I'm asking. Just don't live in the chat.
And I want you to keep this. I want you to keep this same Andrew Body energy too. Because when it crashes and burns by the end of the season, I've been wondering what's the excuse this year. Is it gonna be hurt? Was it the Eddie Robinson? Was it the new OC? What's gonna be the excuse for all of the Andrew Body stands once again? Because now you ain't had no excuses. So what's it gonna be? So I'm just gonna be waiting around to see what y'all excuse gonna be.
No, he don't have no excuse. Okay. Let me put my excuse already on the table because I've been saying this all year before when he went to Alabama State. I said the one thing that I'm scared of is that he will become a glorified running back. I've been saying that since day one, since he stepped at Alabama State. I said, I think they're going to make him a glorified running back, and I do not like that. That's what I've said. I said that multiple times. I said, I don't know it. I've told Mr. Body that. I've said it on my channel. You can go find every episode that I've said. I said, I do not know what the offense is going to look like, and I'm scared they're going to make him into a glorified running back. That part I do not know. But we shall see at the Orange Blossom Classic what it look like. In 2 weeks, we'll see what it look like. And in 2 weeks, we'll see what your quarterback look like.
No doubt.
Mr. Dynamic. Mr. Super Dynamic.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That TSU game is going to be a slaughter.
Okay. What is a slaughter? Tell me what a slaughter is. What's the score?
28 points or more.
Okay. That's a slaughter.
24 points or more.
Yeah, that's
what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's a slaughter.
He said they're gonna get their ass whooped like Mike Reed, is what he said.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be ugly. That's gonna be an ugly game.
That's a slaughter.
That's gonna be don't get too excited, Perry, because that Southern game is gonna be ugly too.
Hey, bro, hey, don't put me in. I've been trying to rock.
That's gonna be one off.
Now you trying to throw me in it?
Oh no, come on, TV. I'm always gotta throw Southern.
You shooting at everybody now. See, I was quiet. I let you talk. I let you do your thing. Now you coming at me. Last I checked, we ain't lost in that motherfucking stadium. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Last I checked, we went into Baton Rouge last year and won in Baton Rouge.
All around it. Huh?
Last I checked, one game, Perry. It's not a historical, like, you got to do it multiple times.
How long your stadium been open since you got that new stadium coming from?
We talking about lately. And lately, last year, we went in Baton Rouge. Last year, we went into Southern and beat Southern.
Sir, how long
we beat Southern so bad that they went and got our offensive coordinator to go run their team. That's how bad we beat Southern. They fired their coach the day after we beat them.
What year did you build that stadium?
Got our offensive coordinator.
What year did you build that stadium?
Southern's just down bad. Southern's just down bad. I think y'all have done worse.
But y'all ain't never beat us in y'all own stadium. The stadium the white folks built for you. You ain't never beat us in that stadium. And we done whooped y'all ass with some McCray hung 40 on y'all. Eric Dooley came in and kicked y'all ass. Then you got the nerves to talk to me about coming to Baton Rouge. Okay, you won last year. Everybody in the chat. Let's give PV a clap. Finally, give PV a clap. But you talking about it, PV? I like my chances in that new stadium y'all got. That's obviously ours. I like my chances over there because you can't beat us in there for shit. When you deflecting and you won't even answer because I'm asking. You was a young man the last time when they first built that stadium and we started whooping y'all ass. Now you done got of age and you can't remember. Been whooping y'all ass in Prairie View, Texas for a while. And I see why you messing with me. I'm gonna pop his balloon. Pop that balloon. Get his ass out of here.
Perry, you are epitome of what Southern fans and the institution and what the team is like.
Have
Y'all
you
are
not
living
heard
in the
yourself
old
talk
days.
about Prairie View talking about
Nothing is current. Nothing is new.
season?
Y'all got a bunch of old coaches, a bunch of recycled staff, no real draft, no real draft. Like, did y'all even get an offensive line? Because last I heard, y'all didn't even have enough dudes to fill the roster just to even run the offensive line.
Name me one person on y'all offense somebody in here know.
What new energy does Southern
Name
have?
me one
It's
offensive
nothing but
player
old
anybody in
recycled.
this chat outside of PV would know about Prairie View. Name me one player.
It's like the same soup in an old diner. Same soup, just reheated. That's all it is. A bunch of old cats, a bunch of Bengay old cats recycled around the SWAC, swapped around, piecemeal together, and now y'all like running the team.
So you talking about
everybody got fresh,
y'all hired
vibrant
Eric
energy.
Dooley too. Let's
like,
not forget.
New OCs or new coaches, like new energy going, new direction going. All Southern got is just, hey, we got a local kid quarterback from Baton Rouge, and we might like him better than our guy that was here last year. That's like the freshest energy that y'all got.
Mm-hmm.
Is like the local Baton Rouge kid.
You right. Mm-hmm.
That's about it. That's it.
Yeah. What else you got for me?
I mean, it's a sad day when Southern doesn't really have much to talk about.
It's a sad
they gotta
day
kind
when
of
I
sit
hear
quiet
you get on here talking
and kind of like be relegated to just like listen to like PV talk. It's got to be killing y'all.
I mean, I don't really know why.
I don't understand where the PV talk coming from.
Yeah, like I'm not really tripping off the PV talk if I'm being honest.
Like, where is it coming from?
Everybody,
no, not you, Scotty, not you. I know you ain't tripping. Yeah. I'm talking about the Southern fans. It's
Southern don't even give a damn about Prairie View. Is he done? Or is he finished?
Is Ed still there?
No, I'm still here. I'm just respecting the space. Letting y'all get y'all talking.
No, you gonna say it. Like, listen.
It's the beginning of the season. It feel good when you're 0-0. 0-0.
I was about to say that. 0-0. Everybody loving it.
It's great right now. Talk to me week 5 and week 6. I'd love to hear from you, brother.
I will be here to pester y'all. I will be here to constantly be the ire of you guys' existence.
And said you make sure you be in the stadiums to support that historic offense that y'all about to have.
Oh, I'm a season ticket holder. I'm there.
That don't mean you be at the game. I can buy a season ticket and never show up.
I will be there. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Section 107. Shout out to Section 107.
Don't nobody else sit in Section 107. You shouting out yourself. Who else sit around you? Nobody. Them just but you. Shit. Ain't that many season ticket holders at Prairie View.
You did shut out 107
himself. Shit. Come on, man. You go to a few games.
Look for me in six. Look for me over there.
Homecoming, and if Texas Southern come to town. Other than that, 107 ain't nobody in 107.
It's gonna be a beautiful season this season. We got Alcorn at home. We got Southern at home. We got FAMU at home. Obviously, we got homecoming. We got TSU, first game of the season at home. And then essentially we got the State Fair Classic, which is Dallas, which is essentially like a home game. Like, this is going to be a good year for the state of Texas and the SWAC for Prairie View. And the entire conference is going to see how much Prairie View is coming to take our reign of dominance.
All I'm going to say, and I'm going to keep saying it, is
Ooh, Scotty, you gave this guy right here so much.
Keep the same energy. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Woo, Lord.
When things go awry, okay, I'm gonna say this before I let you go. I'm actually pretty nervous, right? Because one, I don't like PV. I don't like PV. But my wife, everybody knows my wife's a prophet. And I always asking my wife, like, hey, babe, like, what you see for the season? You know what I'm saying? Just, I'm gonna see if God gonna tell her something, tell me. Right. So I was giving
what God told her.
Wait. So I was going through my teams. I was like, hey, what you think about this? What you think about this? And she's like, they gonna be all right. Nah, not really. They're not gonna be. And then she's like, who you really need to worry about is PV. I was like, damn. She said it. I ain't gonna lie. So I am a little nervous. I ain't gonna hold you. Like her saying what she said, and then you saying what you kind of said. I'm like, damn. Like I hope PV really ain't gonna be what I think they are. So she said, nah. She definitely said that. She's like, you need to be worried about PV. And I was like, dang. All right, we'll see. So, and she's not usually wrong. I'll say that. So we'll see.
Nah, I appreciate the wifey, man. Listen, PV, we're gonna keep fighting for our respect. We've been tied or winner of the SWAC West for the past few years, and people act like we just like dog food out here.
Because it ain't enough.
We've been running the tables
to celebrate it.
We've been running the tables for a minute, and this is why I've been taking up the slack, because there's not enough fans out there as vocal as me to really bring the light into what PV is actually doing. And that's all right, because where there's one, there's going to be multiple of us, and you will see this season how cold PV is going to be. Those are my last words. I appreciate y'all in y'all time. Just remember, y'all heard it here.
Hey,
PV is running the table.
Keep the same energy. Said that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. I love the conversation, man.
I got the same energy.
All right, bro.
He got 3 SWAC championship appearances in 60 years. 09, when they won for the first time in 60 years. 2021. And last year, 3 SWAC championship appearances before my mama was born. And then got the nerves to be talking about Southern. We may not have won one, but goddamn, I know we done been to enough SWAC championships to give to them.
Oh,
in 60 years.
To give to them?
Man, listen, Wiley College was still in the damn SWAC when they was running it in Paul Quinn.
Oh,
so 3 SWAC championship appearances in 60 years and then trying to just shoot at me. Come on, bro. And I wasn't even messing with PV. And shout out. What section? What section you shout out?
107.
Yeah, okay. The flag girls in the band sitting in their section and be so empty. You know, when you can just spread out and do what you want. They games be so bad with nobody there. They band just go sit wherever they want in the stadium at any given time. They may go sit on the other side. They may sit up at the top. That's how empty the stadium. They band literally go sit where they want.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Let's look at these standings before we get out of here.
Yeah, these are NCAA standings, guys. This is the Dynasty group that we've been doing.
That in that black, that's Perry White. That's Coach White. That's Hampton. I'm just doing my job. We the real HU.
Yeah, and then you see FAMU with the 8-1.
Yeah, you wasn't on my schedule this year, but hopefully I'll get to see you next year. That Alcorn game was crazy. I see Alcorn down there. Man, that was crazy how I beat him on the last play of the game.
Yeah. That was wild. That was wild. That was wild. So I think Alcorn's my last conference game for the year. So if I win out, because Southern has the head-to-head with me. So if I lose to Alcorn, then Southern would be in the championship game.
You got nervous and you called this a while back to him, was like, look, this dude is good enough to make a run. And he made a damn run, a good one too.
Yeah. So he's solid. He's solid. So we'll see, man. We just We just trying to make it, man.
Yeah, I beat Prairie View. I beat Howard. I beat the shit out of Morgan and A&T. Grambling beat me that first game of the season. I thought it was over with for me. 27-0. And the last thing he said for the game cut out, see me at the Celebration Bowl. Now look at him. He ain't gonna see no bowl game.
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
But all right.
We don't know the ASU guy name.
The ASU guy?
Alabama State.
Oh, he's a player. He's a former player.
You don't know? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. He's a former player. So, but
Woo,
yeah.
4 hours, man. We
Dog,
broke a record.
Dog, that was long.
Football season is back. That's how you know. We just going.
I gotta figure out how I'm gonna chop this up. I don't know. Nobody gonna watch 4 hours with her.
They gonna watch it because this is good.
Yeah. I'm about to
just leave it as is. This is when they going on the road trips this weekend, going to the games or wherever they go.
Just let it ride. Just let it ride.
You can go from Baton Rouge to Houston listening to us tonight.
I always have them truckers text me and be like, man, Scotty, man, I really appreciate you, man. Y'all got me through the night, man. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Hey, shout out to all the truckers out there.
Man.
Fuck me one time, man.
Shout out to the truckers, man. Shout out to they the only ones that make it this far. So
and appreciate everybody. Listen, we back first one for the football season, man. Listen, good turnout tonight. I love the interaction of the comment section. Whether y'all agree or disagree, man, I love it. And I think right now, Scotty, this might be the #1 show when it comes to talking about black college football. I don't see nothing topping this one. Now, I ain't not all your other shows, right? I ain't not, but this right here, I just like this, man. People be looking forward to this right here. So I hope y'all have enjoyed it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Shout out to my guy Chad Jones. I believe he does a channel as well. Or is that Big Tiger? I think it's Big Tiger. But Scotty, stop avoiding baby duty. Listen.
I'm trying to help him out, y'all.
As soon as I get off here, I'm about to go to Key and be like, you need me to do something? Like, it just is what it is, man. It's part of being a dad and newborn life, man. But listen, Perry, tell people where they can find you at, my guy.
Man, you can find me on the Jaguar Journal. Go to YouTube and Facebook, type in the Jaguar Journal, hit that subscribe button. Every weekend I do a show on 107.3 FM in Baton Rouge. We got affiliates in New Orleans as well as Alexandria, across the state on radio. But then you can just catch me on there. If you're not able to catch it on radio, you can listen to it on live or go back and listen to any of the playbacks right there on YouTube or Facebook Live, especially if you're on Facebook. I'm across all of that. And then you can follow my own personal page, YouTube, and across all social media on the Yard Network. I think a lot of you guys, if you love the SWAC and the Meac, you will love the content. I chop a lot of content on here, but I also show a lot of people, a lot of former players that you may have forgotten about. On there. So if you like highlights and stuff like that, band highlights and just this right here, go follow that on the Yard Network. It's across all social network as well as YouTube. So that's where I'm at.
No, I do like the ones you post on Twitter. It's real easy to digest. Listen, I'm gonna try to get that Daniel breakdown this week so you guys can have it. And then I'm gonna try to do I'm gonna flip it up for you. So I'm going to do Daniel and the Norfolk State guy this week, and then I'm going to do Andrew and Walker Harris next week for their games. So you guys can have those breakdowns as well. So I'm trying to get that to you at least by Wednesday or Thursday of today. So bear with me. Once again, I do have a newborn. I do have a wife. I am a father of, 4, 5? I don't know.
I lost count. Just making babies.
I got a lot of kids, man. I got a lot of kids. Right? So it is what it is, man. But guys, listen, football is back. You already know what it is. Bring it to you full effect. Tuesday, you catch the Coaches Corner. Wednesday, me and Mike come back. Thursday, HBCU Live's debut for the Meac Swac kickoff challenge as well. And then you already know Saturday's pregame and postgame shows all day, every day. Bring you that heat. Listen, until next time, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to holler. God bless.